Hello, chat. Hello, hello. Good morning. Hello. How are we all doing today? Um, okay. Let's see here. My computer is compiling again. um, Netanyahu is talking about Epstein again. Really? Is he? Linda, so you played JRPGs? Yes or no? Yeah, I have. I've played some JRPGs in the past. Um, I've played I used to be a bit well, I guess I am still a, kind of a Final Fantasy fan. Final Fantasy 14 was a game that I played for several years. I started playing that in like 2020 during COVID. And I played that game for a while, basically. Oh, damn, thank you. Thank you for the 5 gifties. Thank you so much. Is it actually making the sound? Guess it's not. But yeah, thank you, Vaz. Oh, you mean Dicker? Yeah, that's very funny actually. Um all those people who came and subbed to my channel and then just forgot to unsub. Oh, by the way, I checked this morning on the sub count and it is hold on. Yeah, I know. Wait, that's weird. Wait, sub goal. That's the sub goal. Oh damn, I deleted the sub count. Oh well. Um But I mean, if you look if we look at the number of subscribers that I have, it is at least this morning, maybe it's changed. This morning when I checked it, it was 666. The number of the beast. But now it is 667. We're at 667, guys. Yeah, last night I got like you probably saw I got a few subs when I went on Destiny's stream. Um But yeah, right now the plan, by the way, is that I am going to compile all those videos and basically do a segment and post it on my channel about the leftist narratives. And I might actually do one for each streamer, but we'll see how they diverge. But basically, the plan is to do Hassan, Kyle slash Crystal, or well, Hassan, Kyle, and Crystal, and the Vanguard. Um, I mean, I could also maybe throw the majority report in there. That might be another one that I might do. But yeah, um, that's probably going to be something. Yes, it would be tanky slop basically. And by the way, that prol wiki shit is really funny. I am going to we're gonna check that out every Tanky Tuesday. And then um and then like on Mega Mondays, I think we're gonna read Conservapedia articles just because I want to see what kind of insane shit they're writing. Um Although if there's other crazy conservative ones, like I would say, but it seems like Grokpedia gets most of its shit from Wikipedia. Somebody on Grokpedia, by the way, tried to they tried to make edits to the Holocaust article to like throw Holocaust denial in there, and they got denied, which was very funny. Uh yeah, oh yeah, yeah. The majority report probably are undercovered. People don't talk about them as much as the other ones that I spoke of. Probably because you reach a certain point where all of it becomes the same shit, right? But like I mean, we kind of got a taste of that last night when Destiny watched part of the Majority Report's coverage. when they were talking about the Epstein files. You mean Wokepedia? Yes, that's right. I do. Wikipedia is woke. Hi. Oops. Hello. Can I help you? Tankypedia. Actually, I'm going to start calling ProWiki Tankypedia because it's much more accurate and it's funnier. The Democratic cabal of bankers. Oh, yeah, she actually said that. I might have missed when she said that, by the way. Can I help you, sir? He's like rubbing against the corner of my laptop. I'm doing the dual streaming again, by the way. The laptop is actually doing like the streaming part, and my computer is just sending out the rest. That's how I was able to play video games yesterday, which I thought was quite nice. So I'm probably going to keep doing that. Although I need to get a shelf or something to put this laptop on so it can be over here, and then I'll probably hook my little USB monitor up to it. They also called Ezra a bulldog for the. Yeah, I saw that. He spent the rest of stream crashing out on level 2 about ice and its expansive powers and the budget. Wait, really? Oh my god. I saw somebody in chat say, I think Kalinda broke him, which I thought was funny. I'll have to watch the rest of that. But yes, Kitty. Let's make a goal. We'll just go for 1 hour. No, 2 hours is fine. $1 equals 1 pet for Stuart. There we go. Yes, I found it a 6. I'm sorry, Fairrunner. I forgot to show him the chart. I forgot. I need a legend for these levels. Oh, there is one, Tuckman. It's in the it's in my Discord. But I can show it. I can show it. Hold on. I am actually going to. Wait, did Sorry, somebody was tagging the fucking mods in Loner Court again. We'll need to stop doing that. No, the chart is bad. It needs to be fleshed out. It's like 5% of the point of the issue. Well, I believe the point that you were trying to get at is that you feel like when people are talking about, with regards to the authoritarian shit Trump is doing, when people are talking about, fuck, what am I thinking? When people are talking about that issue, talking about is it legal or was it justified with regards to the action in question is like a level 1 thing. You feel like it's a distraction to argue about it, and you think that people should be arguing about higher level stuff. And you feel like that would be a better, so like incident by incident debate, was it justified? You feel like these things are distractions that talking about whether or not something was legal is a distraction. And then you would rather people go from like level 2 to 4 instead. So like labeling dissent as violent agitation, terrorism framing, paid/trained protesters. Like you would rather people argue about this stuff because you consider this to be more dangerous and you think this is a distraction, and probably MAGA probably enjoys arguing at level 1 because it makes their lives easier because then they don't have to talk about any of the rest of this insanity. Level 1 is the result of levels 2 and 3. Level 1 is granular and a direct byproduct. Then high, yeah, okay, yeah, I understand. Yeah, so level 1 is a direct byproduct of other levels. Yeah, I mean, I feel like MAGA probably has an easier time arguing from level 1 too. Because then they don't have to tackle the insane other narratives, like the crazy accusation that the protesters were paid and trained, or that this is terrorism, or like essentially labeling any kind of dissent, or like the way in which this is being enforced, the surveillance, the alignment of institutions, or talking about Insurrection Act. Hello, Tally. Anyone got a timestamp for Kalinda's Destiny conversation yesterday? It's on my stream, Tally. If you look at yesterday's stream and you watch that, you can it's right at the start. Unless you want to watch it on Destiny stream, in which case someone have to get that to you. I guess the Russian intel general wasn't very smart if he got shot. Yeah, we're gonna talk about that. Hold on. He worked for the GRU. He should have been intelligent. I don't know why he wasn't. It's actually even funnier than that. It's not even just that he got shot. He got shot in Moscow multiple times. Okay. This motherfucker. This motherfucker was shot multiple times in Moscow, which is very, very funny to me. I missed the beginning of the stream. Thank you. I scrubbed ahead. Okay, thanks. I mean, is Tally making content? I don't actually know. Anyway, so a high-profile general in Russia's military has been shot. Has been shot several times and wounded in Moscow. I was just about to say, damn it, he was only wounded. Oh, Tally's making. I'm speculating wildly without evidence. That's funny. Yeah, I mean, I want to say Rip Bozo, and we should say that, but we don't know if he's dead. Lieutenant General Vladimir Alexeyevich, or Alexeyevich, what the fuck, was immediately taken to hospital after the attack in a residential block of flats on the northwestern outskirts of the Russian capital, and his condition is unknown. I mean, that might mean that he's dead. I wonder if they'll ever tell us. You are making a Kalinda hit piece based, Tally, based. Alexeyev is number 2 in the main directorate of Russia's GRU military intelligence, the latest high-ranking military figure to have been targeted in the capital since the full-scale invasion of Ukraine began almost a year ago, almost 4 years ago. Oh, there was another guy who he was killed because they blew up his car, and he actually died, I'm pretty sure. Unknown is the least unstable. Yeah. I spent 1 week watching Kalinda, and now I want a cat. Based. I love how we don't know if it was done by Ukraine or just Russia. I mean, I'm pretty sure that I believe there is an underground movement within Russia itself that could be responsible for a lot of this stuff, and they're getting support from Ukraine. I want to, you know what? I'm going to look into that. But yeah, they already blame Ukraine intelligence. Like, this guy wasn't a legitimate target. I mean, obviously he was. Like, he's a military target. You can absolutely. But okay, he's the number 2. He was placed under European and UK sanctions after the GRU was accused of being behind the 2018 nerve agent attack in Salisbury in the UK. I think that was targeted at one of Putin's political opponents. The victim has been hospitalized at one of the city's hospitals, said Svetlana Petrenko of Russia's Investigations Committee, which said it opened a criminal case for attempted murder. The gunman fled, and investigators searched CCTV footage for clues and began interviewing witnesses. There's the dude. A neighbor of Alexeyev told the Reuters news agency she had been woken up by the sound of several shots and had then heard another neighbor screaming for help. This is all I heard. Other neighbors rushed out too. They asked how they could help. Should they call ambulances and police? But she had already called them. Alexeyev has played a significant role during the war in Ukraine, taking part in talks with Ukraine during the Russian siege of the city of Mariupol in 2022. He was also sent to negotiate with the head of the Wagner. I want to say Wagner, but it's probably Wagner. It's like somewhere in between or whatever. Based. Hang on.
Base?
There you go.
Base?
Oh shit. Oh, okay, it's not echoing. Okay, I wondered if it was because I'm not wearing my headphones right now.
uh, uh,
Yeah. I believe we don't have any known underground groups yet, though he very likely could be shot by the government. I mean, it is possible, although I don't know. Unless Putin was unhappy with him. Although I thought don't Putin's enemies normally die by poison or falling out of a window? Isn't that typically how he does things? Um, but I mean, who the fuck knows, right? He was also sent to negotiate with the head of the Wagner mercenary group, Yevgeny Prigozhin. Prigozhin. I don't know if I feel like I've heard apparently that Dylan says it wrong, and I say it basically the same as he does. Whatever. It's Prigo or Priggy. We like to call him that. Shoigu Gerasimov. God damn, that was so fucking funny. That motherfucker. And all the memes that got made with him doing like the soy point shit. Yeah, sometimes they go hunting and found dead in the bushes. He was also sent to negotiate with the head of who led a short and bloody mutiny in June 2023. I remember does anyone else remember the Wagner coup? I remember the Wagner coup. His boss at the GRU, Igor Kostyukov, whatever, I don't fucking know, has been in charge of Russia's negotiating team, taking part in talks on security issues with Ukraine and with US and Ukraine in Abu Dhabi. Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov said President Vladimir Putin was being briefed on the shooting. We wish, first of all, that the general survives and recovers. We hope that will be the case, he told reporters. Yes, chat. Let us all hope. Let us hope that the general crossing your fingers that he's not dead. Yeah. I still think about Michael Hastings and how he died every now and then. Dick Cheney's ghost caught him, true and based. Who's Michael? God, I forget. Is Michael Hastings someone else that Putin killed? Very suspect. I remember there was that one guy who Putin poisoned, and it took him forever to die. Or maybe he didn't die. There was someone else who Putin has poisoned a lot of people, a lot of his enemies who have escaped abroad. I don't know if it was ever determined if Navalny got poisoned or if he just was killed by some sort of mysterious. We'll probably never know the answer to that though, because he was thrown in prison. Which, I mean, by the way, it is very funny how people talk about how Putin is popular in Russia. And I mean, it's not really a surprise that he's popular in Russia, given that Russians are either apolitical or they are subsumed by a media environment that tells them how base and awesome Putin is. And also, Putin has he has no meaningful opposition at all, because anytime anybody seems to maybe possibly be gaining any sort of ground in popularity, Putin just has them killed. Yeah, he was literally killed for his broad opposition. He was investigating all kinds of fun things. Okay, that name sounds slightly familiar, so I'll have to. He's an American journalist mysteriously fleeing someone in the middle of the night and crashing his car, and it being ruled suicide in the U.S. Wait, do we think he was killed by Russia, or was he investigating? I'll have to check that out in a second. Anyway, let me finish reading this first. It is not known who was behind the shooting on Friday morning in a residential block in Volokholamsk highway in Moscow. I'm so glad that Wasserman is not here and that none of the other Ukrainian or Russian, semi-Russian speaker people are here, because then you don't have to watch as I butcher these names. But Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov accused Ukraine. Of course he did. At this point, I'm sure that Mr. Lavrov probably accuses Ukraine anytime Putin gets up in the morning and has a stomach ache or feels bad about anything. Navalny got tortured by very bad conditions in prison, cold, bad sleep, bad food. So it's either that or poison. Kyiv has not commented, but has claimed some attacks on Russian military figures in the past. Russian intelligence officials claimed that they had thwarted an attempted attack on a Russian soldier in St. Petersburg at the end of last month. An Uzbek man was jailed in January for the 2024 killing of another general, Igor Krylov, in an explosion outside of a block of flats in Moscow. Ukraine's SBU intelligence had said it was behind the attack. Oh yeah, this was the one I was talking about, where I think they blew up his car. Lieutenant General Krylov had been in charge of Russia's nuclear, biological, and chemical protection troops. In December 2025, another high-ranking officer in the GRU, Lieutenant General Famil Sarvarov, was killed when an explosive device detonated under a car in Moscow. No, this was the guy I was thinking of. He was in charge of the Armed Forces Operational Training Department, according to Russia's investigative committee. Yeah, okay, so we have no idea if this guy is dead or not. I don't know if they'll tell us if he is. But, obviously, we can only hope that he makes the speediest of not recoveries and he quickly reaches, the pit of hell or something. Because fuck it, it's a war and he was a legitimate military target. The Navalny documentary out there if you want to watch it really is good. Oh, there's a documentary on Navalny. Interesting. Okay, hold on. Who's this Michael Hastings person? Is this like some weird ass conspiracy where people assume that he didn't actually die? Age 33. American journalist, author, contributor, reporter for BuzzFeed. Insurgency. I Lost My Love in Baghdad, a modern war story. Oh, this guy, Hastings, rose to prominence with his coverage of the Iraq War for Newsweek in the 2000s. After his fiance was killed in an ambush, Hastings wrote his first book, I Lost My Love in Baghdad, a modern war story, memoir about his relationship and the insurgency that took her life. Interesting. Hastings became a vocal critic. The Obama administration, Democratic Party, and the surveillance state. Oh, thank you, ZJM, for the $1. Or for the $1.99 rather. Thank you very much. Wait, whose car exploded? Are you talking about Oh my god, that's so cute. Steve just sent me this. Steve Decent in chat. He just sent me this. That's adorable. This is obviously AI, I'm guessing. I mean, yeah, my eyes are actually blue, but that's fine. I don't care that much. Look at him. Aww. I like how his head is smaller than the rest of his body, but it kind of fits the animation style. This is adorable. Oh, Hastings, yeah. Hastings' car exploded and killed him. That is very, very cute. It is amazing what one can do with AI. Yeah, this was I'm guessing, Steve, I'm guessing that you made this from a screenshot yesterday. Or from the screenshot of me talking to Destiny while I was holding the cat. But yeah, thank you. Oh yeah, you made it. Grok did it. Grok's actually pretty decent. Oh, Kasrak, are you the Iranian person? Sorry, I forgot how to chat. It's all right, Steve. Thank you though. Fellrunner mentioned you. that you were like in Iran and that you had disappeared and stuff. Hmm. So I mean, he was critical of the Obama administration, and he talked about Democrats spying on Americans. Um, and then what? I guess like, and then he died, but toxicology report showed evidence of THC level 12 nanograms per milliliter and methamphetamine positivity. So he was maybe driving under the influence. I don't imagine, like, it would not surprise me if somebody like him was suffering from like at least some level of PTSD on account of the fact that he was literally in an insurgency. Like a lot of these war journalists will have, and he lost his wife in Iraq too. A lot of these war journalists will have very like they'll have like severe mental health issues and stuff because of all the shit that they've dealt with. Like even Dylan has talked about this, the extent to which that there are certain things that have impacted him from spending a lot of time in Ukraine. You know, like how hearing certain sounds will trigger like certain things in his brain because he associates it with like other things like from Ukraine, you know, like the like airstrikes and stuff. Yes, glad to meet you. Yeah, I'm glad things are okay for you. I so my understanding is that the Iranian government has restored some of the military stuff or some of the internet rather, but it's very limited. Or maybe you're on a VPN. I don't know. It's okay. You don't have to tell me anything. Um, but anyway, yeah. So hopefully we'll get an eventual update on this motherfucker, but I don't know if we ever will. Um, anyway, uh, oh hey Beef Supreme. Um, Grok cannot make lesbians. That's true, Tally. I don't think any AI can make lesbians or gay people for that matter. It can make drawings of them, but that's about it. Um, so Ukraine has a new missile on the way called the Rusty Dagger, which I actually asked Epic about if he knew anything about it. Um, but the Rusty Dagger is a missile that is being developed by the Air Force. Um, or at least or rather tested by them. They didn't develop it, but yeah, it's and it's for Ukraine. Grok really struggles to produce masculine women, even with photo references. Oh, ha ha! Yeah, honestly, I'm not surprised. That in no way surprises me. Not one little bit. Just based on everything that I've heard. Are you gay? Are you asking me only P or Tally? I'm bisexual. I don't. I think Tally is a lesbian, but I'm not 100% sure. Um, the U.S. Air Force has released details of a live fire test of the Rusty Dagger, one of two new extended range attack munitions, ERAMs, being developed under a crash program. Milestone suggests that Ukraine is a step closer to getting its hands on thousands of air launched ERAMs that will provide the country with a powerful, new, and relatively low cost standoff strike capability. The event is also significant in terms of the Pentagon's focus on rapidly developing, bringing into operational new, less expensive weapons that can be built at scale. That's awesome. The Air Force recently confirmed that the ERAM standoff cruise missile was tested at the Eglin Test and Training Range in Florida on January 21st, 2025, less than 16 months from the program's initial contract award. The services statement doesn't mention the Rusty Dagger by name, but the weapon is clearly seen in the sequence of photos that show the missile being Show the missile heading vertically down to engage a static target before its live warhead detonates. It's unclear what platform was used to launch the missile during the test. Oh, thank you, Beef Supreme, for the 10 gifties. And Steve Deason got one. Based. So did Diluted Mel, who I've seen in here sometimes. I think I've seen some of these other people in here occasionally. Oh yeah. The Air Force recently confirmed the Ram standoff missile. Okay, so it's unclear what it was used to launch. So I'm guessing I don't know that much about this. Maybe Epic will show up later and explain it all. But my guess is that these are obviously these can be launched from airplanes. But yeah, Sai always the shill maid, never the beneficiary of a shill. Wait, what do you mean, Conduit? You know, wait, Conduit, did you turn on super thanks and all that stuff? People should be able to give you money through that. Thank you, Dysluxius Maximus. Yo, Kick RMG likes me a lot more. I should actually, I need to get the Kick streaming going. I really should be doing that. Because that I know that, especially since I know DGG also really loves Kick too. So I'll probably be able to get like something over there. Although I swear to God, I have no idea why DGG likes Kick. Or rather, like, I know they like it because obviously they want to support Kick because that Destiny's demonetized on YouTube because they're degenerates. That is true, Conduit. They are indeed degenerates. But like what I mean by I don't know why they like I think like Kick is such a bad platform. Oh, hello. Thanks, Tally. Oh yeah, you're right. There is no ads on Kick. I don't know what it's like to have ads on YouTube because I have premium and I have for like a bazillion years. Oh hey, Missy got it. That's funny. I don't even know where Missy hasn't been here for a while. Bundle of Basil. Hi, currently catching up at 1.5 based. It's partly because Destiny streams in 6K on YouTube, so it's late. Oh, you're right, Brendan. That's true. God damn it. It sucks that he does that. Like, I don't know why he streams in 6K on YouTube. Couldn't he just record? Actually, no, wait, he can't do that because I don't think OBS will let you record at a different resolution than what you're streaming at. Well, oh no, wait, he absolutely could. He could totally like send his stream in 6K and have YouTube downgrade it to like 1440p, and then he could just set it to ultra low latency on YouTube. Conduit Destiny doesn't stream on Rumble because I actually don't know why. He was streaming on there. He was kind of competing between them and Kick, like a couple years ago, in terms of which one he was going to go with, whose contract he was going to go with, and I think Kick just offered him a better deal. Like in DGG, we kind of speculate that I suspect Kick probably gave him $1 million or whatever to have the Kick chat be on his screen for a year, and yeah, so I think that's probably what happened. And then he essentially just didn't stay with Rumble. Also, Rumble is apparently pretty bad for botting. Like I don't know if that was something they ever fixed. When Destiny first streamed on there, he had like way more viewers than one would expect. So that was kind of weird. It's because he wants the DDS clips to be high quality when he reacts to them. The Destiny derangement syndrome. True. He streams like that so clippers can zoom. Ah, okay. Fair enough. That makes sense. Kick is a stake platform that dabbles in streaming financially. Yeah, I know. I mean, I think that there are some good things about Kick, like the revenue split is really, really high. DGG likes Kick because Kick is collectivist gambling website and DGG are collectivists now. True. Pick filtered out most of the unhinged psychos from YT and collected them there. Yeah, it does seem like that's the case. Thanks for the one gifted membership, said are you guys just trying to gamble so you can get Conduit a membership? Sorry, I couldn't. I tried. It sucks that you can't just gift somebody a membership, that you can't choose who to give a membership to. Destiny mentioned he doesn't know about Mussolini, but if anyone is interested, M Sun's Century is great. Oh yeah, I know. I've been watching that. I learned a bunch of shit about Mussolini because that I watched that. Because that I have I've got like this habit where what I'll do is I'll watch a movie that's about like a history thing, and then I'll just immediately be, and then something the movie will say, and I'll be like, I wonder if that's true, and then I'll just start like learning about it. Sometimes I'll do it as I'm watching too. That's also a thing that will happen. So it is weird. I never get any of these membership. Oh, wait, hold on. Do I only P and Conduit? Did you guys enable gifted memberships? Because that's something you have to turn on, or else you'll never be able to receive one. Like that's a setting that you need to turn on your YouTube. Don't ask me where it is. You can probably just ask Dr. Google, or if you don't trust Dr. Google anymore because it recommended Prol Wiki to you as a source, or rather use it in its AI summary, you can always ask a real non-shitty clanker like ChatGPT or Perplexity. Or Lexi, as I like to call her, because that SDA uses Perplexity, and we like to joke that she is his lady. So I started calling her Lexi. IRI streams to kick YouTube and Twitch, but had to cut Twitch from TikTok streams because Twitch got mad seeing other live comments. I don't know. Twitch is really selective on enforcing it. Twitch is weird, okay? Dr. Flattery Bot. True, Dr. Flattery Bot. The original Scarati books are also very good, apparently, in terms of historical accuracy. And oh yeah, the books that it was based on. One of the things that I actually really like about Son of Century is that it tells the story in such a different way. I think it's really cool the way that they have the narrative device of Mussolini breaking the fourth wall, and then he talks to the viewer to explain shit to them, which I think is a fun way to get information across. So you're not dealing with like weird expedition or like exposition shit, or like having the viewer have to read like a shitload of crap, because there's a lot of historical background stuff there that they had to explain. So I thought that's kind of a neat, way to go about things. And then of course they also use it to humorous effect as well, which is interesting. And geez, I keep forgetting my computer's compiling stuff, so sometimes it's a bit slow. I hate YouTube UX. When you click see perks, it loads your channel closing stream. Oh Jesus. Oh, if you're talking about the YouTube the YouTube like the the uh the app, the Android app, yeah, that I can't help you with. It convinced me if it weren't for the Holocaust, the right would defend fascism as base. Honestly, that's probably true. Um, or I Actually, yeah, maybe if not for the Holocaust, the right actually might defend fascism as based, because that because tankies are able to defend Stalin as based, even though he did a whole bunch of really terrible shit, but because it like none of it really rises to the same level as the Holocaust, they are able to dismiss all that or justify it. Um, Although that's still a small minority of people, so I don't know. I don't necessarily think that's true. Why do you think they get so mad if you hint they are fascist? Because fascism, because everybody fascism is like has become a pejorative and nobody knows what it means. Um and Democrats definitely called a lot of people fascists in the past. Or actually, you know what? I should not say. I'm not going to say Democrats called a lot of people fascist in the past. That's not fair. Left wing people did that. Yeah, it's because of the association with the Nazis, and because fascist has become a pejorative and nobody knows what it means anymore. Because fascist has a very specific meaning. People just kind of drop that on there. So yeah. Um. Oh, Chase linked me this. Here we go. Your fascist lib Linda. Oh my god, lib Linda. That's so good. If you need a biography of Mussolini, though, the one by Martin Clark is good. The Last 600 Days of Il Duce is also very good, but obviously not a complete bio. Okay. Is Martin Clark a historian? I think I was looking up books to read about Mussolini, although that's obviously something I'm going to do later. And yes, I've seen the stupid Hassan tweet. I understand, Chase. It's BB. Jeffrey Epstein's unusual close relationship with Ehud Barak doesn't suggest Epstein worked for Israel. It proves the opposite. Stuck on his election loss from over 2 decades ago, Barak has for years obsessively attempted to undermine Israeli democracy by working with the anti Zionist radical left in failed attempts to overthrow the elected Israeli government. Barak's personal fixation led him to engage in activities publicly and behind the scenes to undermine the government of Israel, including fueling mass protest movements, fomenting unrest, and feeding false media narrative. What the fuck? What is he talking about? What the fuck? Why is he obsessed with Ehud Barak? Where is Addie at? She needs to explain this to me. What the fuck did Ehud Barak do that made BB so mad? Is Ehud Barak even relevant anymore? I thought Old Mert was the one that everybody was talking about. But yes, very clever, BB. You know, try to tie like Ehud Barak to Epstein, and he's Jewish. Well, I mean, yeah, but so is BB if he's Jewish. Martin Clark is a historian based. Show us where Ehud touched you, Netanyahu. Yeah, I don't know. It's just funny. Obviously, it's because that Ehud Barak is like his opposition, but I just think that's very silly. I just find it incredibly silly. That's all. You know, it's just a stupid thing. Um, all right, fine. Is this like wrist warm up device? Yeah, it is. It's because it's for my RSI, my repetitive strain injury. Although it's not, I don't really have repetitive strain injury. My posture is fucked. Um, like I have like my shoulders are like too rounded forward, and I think that has fucked up my wrists. Um, oh god, what is this? Fascinating new survey from JT Federations. 88% of American Jews say they support Israel's right to exist as a Jewish and democratic state, but only 37% of American Jews say they identify as Zionist. I wonder if that has something to do with the fact that the term Zionist has been dragged through the mud so consistently by people like Hassan. And like by like it's to the point where it feels like it's even reaching the mainstream. Stop. 7% of American Jews identify as anti Zionist, rising to 14% among young adults. That's not surprising. Um, okay. I mean, only 1/3 of American Jews say they identify as Zionist, even as nearly 9 in 10 say they support Israel's right to exist as a Jewish state and as a Jewish and democratic state, according to a new survey conducted by the Jewish Federation of North America. I mean, it's not really surprising. It sounds like it's because nobody knows what Zionism means because the left is like working very hard to destroy this as a term. Oh, thanks, Steve Deason, for saying for the cool emojis. Barack was the most prominent quote unquote leftist prime minister before Bibi became as strong as he is today. Oh, I see. Okay, so what? He exists in Bibi's nightmares? Ugh, sorry. I mean, he's not running for president, or he's not going to run as again. So I don't know why. Like, isn't he long out of politics? Findings of the new survey reveals that American Jews do not have a mutually agreed upon definition of Zionism, with those identifying anti-Zionist and those identifying as Zionist ascribing sharply to different meanings of the term. For example, about 80% of anti-Zionist Jews say supporting whatever actions Israel take is a tenet of Zionism, Well, only about 15% of self-identified Zionists share the belief, according to the survey. Yeah, because that's not what Zionism means. Holy shit. He says things like every now and then, and so that counts as Israeli leadership. I see. Maybe it's like how Trump still loves to talk about Sleepy Joe. You know what? Honestly, I think that's probably part of it. I want to say it would not surprise me that it's interesting you can see my messages, but I can't see mine on the stream. Wait. Oh, I mean, your last message is showing up. It's right there. It's at the bottom of the screen. Um, wait, I can see that one. I don't know. That's weird because I set it to show all or the live chat. It should be all messages. Um, Survey marks the most detailed assessment of the sentiment of American Jews about Zionism by a major Jewish organization in the United States, finding that 14% of Jews age 18 to 34 identify as anti-Zionist, and that the only demographic with majority self-identification of Zionists were millennials between 35 and 44. The survey comes as tensions following the October 7th attack, Israel's war in Gaza, and the election of New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani have put a sustained spotlight on the tenor of American Jewish support for Israel and divided Jewish communities. Divisions JFNA is concluding is based on the data. JFNA is concluded based on the data. Divisions are real but often overstated, a matter of concern as Jewish communities and institutions decide whether and how to engage with Jewish critics of Israel. If we misread the trend about Zionism to mean that large number of Jews, especially young Jews, are turning against the existence of Israel itself, we will draw the wrong conclusion and take the wrong actions. Mimi Kravitz, JFNA's chief impact officer, wrote in an essay about the survey's findings, we risk responding to anger when the moment calls for steady leadership, pulling away when the moment calls for connection, and defensiveness when the moment calls for listening and understanding. I mean, this looks to me like a case of nobody fucking knows what Jewish means. No, he's saying Lemmings is saying that his or nobody knows what Zionist means. Sorry, not Jewish. Jesus Christ. Yeah, no one knows what Zionist means. It's because that like a bunch of people are saying I'm not Zionist because that they don't know what Zionist actually means, and their understanding of what it means has very clearly been tainted by the insane narratives surrounding the use of that word, which is something that sadly seems to be becoming increasingly mainstream, which sucks. Anyway, I want to be right back, but don't worry, guys. Um, because Stuart's going to keep you company. BRB. Are you guys trying to make him look at him or look at you? There's a stream from a long time ago, um, where Destiny takes his cat Aslan, a Maine Coon, or rather it was Arisan's cat, his girlfriend at the time, but he took the cat who was in a box and put him in front of the camera and just like left. Um and people and like he just left the cat. Um and and everybody and like a bazillion people just kept constantly donating to him. Um Cat Linda was fed posting. Were you fed posting, Stuart? Is that what you were doing? Hi. He has such an adorable face. Oh, look at him. Rhizome still streams, I think, Toby. I used to watch him a little bit. Oh, he's purring. So cute. So much of the appeal was his cat and donos for cat vids. I'll have to make, you know what? I might make some cat vids and then maybe I'll show them to you guys for donos. Or like I can show you guys cat pics or something. Because I've got lots of pictures. Message received, Stuart.
Message received, Stuart.
Thank you, Bad Bearing, for the $1.99. Aww. Oh, is he like a leftist, Toby? I have no idea. I thought maybe he was a liberal, but I don't know. I know that he still streams. I think I'm like I follow him on Twitch, but yeah. I still don't understand the levels thing. Somebody help. Tuckman. Here. Let me help you. Aw. You have something you want to say to all the people?
This is for Catlinda aka Stuart. Do not tell Kalinda about this.
Thank you for the $5, Far Runner. Or rather, this is your $5, Stuart. This is yours. Aw. Hi. He's so cute. Aw. You say hello. Say hello to the people. Bye, Catnip, and go crazy. Oh, you heard the purrs. I'm glad. I remember Jane Socks telling me something about it not feeling good in his community after October 7th. It was a long time ago, though, now. I mean, honestly, that would not surprise me. It sucks, obviously. Like, it really sucks. Like, I'm not, obviously, like, I'm not Jewish, so I can't, like, but so all I can do is, like, but I can kind of probably imagine, like, how you guys feel, basically. Now that Clinda is back, he cleans up his act. We're on to you. Yeah. Were you saying slurs while I was gone? Is that what was happening, baby? Oh, you lost every community you were in. Yeah, that sucks. Yeah, Stuart is he is a huge love bug. He's a shoulder baby. He loves to snuggle. Um like sometimes when he puts his head, like when he tucks his head against my neck, I'm just like, "Oh, you just want to be whole. You just want to be held." He was saying ethnic purr is nice. Aw. Hi. Your ears are a little cold. Um Yeah, it sucks, like, to get, like, purity tested out of all your communities or whatever just because you're Jewish and you won't, like, toe their line. Aw. I'm glad that Loner's community has become like a safe space for a lot of people who are like that, who still are liberals and who would still like to like talk about liberalism. And I want my community to be the same. Although obviously my community is a little bit different, but I will probably foster a little bit of safe space. What is my ancestry only? I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't actually know. I mean, I know I'm not Jewish, or at least I wasn't raised that way. I've never taken one of those tests though. I believe that my dad's family originates from Scotland. I don't know. I know my mom's American, but I don't know where they came over from. Ooh, okay. Ah. I was purity tested out in 2021 for being a Zionist, so I was prepared after October 7th. Oh yeah, because 2021 was maybe you're related to Loner then. Although, I mean, maybe I could move to Scotland because I have Scottish ancestry. That would be kind of funny. I don't know. Loner did say it was really cheap to live there, so anyway. Travis's comments add JFNA, the umbrella organization of hundreds of local Jewish federations in the United States and Canada, to an emerging group of Jewish leaders calling to open dialogue with Jews who have recently taken stands against Israel or in support of its opponents. JFMA would continue to define itself as Zionist, Kravis wrote, in large part because we adhere to the historic definition, but she conceded that the term has undergone definition creep. Yeah, you know, nobody fucking knows what it means. It's kind of like what happened with feminism, even though there's still like obviously a large segment of the population who would say like, you know what, yeah, I identify as a feminist or whatever, because they still definitely kind of understand what it means. But I can't imagine Loner with a cat. I don't think that Loner is as much of a cat person, but I don't know. Destiny is very obviously a big cat person and a big dog person. DNA tests are fun. Got to be careful with your data though. Yeah. Okay. Conducted in March 2025 by the research firm Burson. The survey posed a variety of questions to more than 1,800 Jewish and more than 4,100 total respondents about their relationship to Israel and Zionism, as well as about their beliefs about the definition of Zionism. It was new territory for studies of American Jews. Well, a major 2021 survey of American Jews by the Pew Research Center had polled Jews on their relationship with Israel. That survey had avoided the use of the term Zionism. Other major Jewish groups that conduct population surveys have in the past typically avoided closely interrogating Jewish about Zionism. JFNA's venture into this territory came as part of the Umbrella Group's series of post-October 7th Jewish trend studies, which have also revealed that what the group has termed a surge of Jewish engagement. Can we see the the survey? Here we go.
5 pets, please.
Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, he's giving me the paw. Cats are truly the key to getting paid. Absolutely. Actually, I think he's hungry. Extra one for luck. There you go. And he's also gotten all kinds of other pets. Yeah, the generous donor class. The don per class. Oh right, Tuckman, you were saying that you were confused about the levels. Okay, listen. Hold on. Okay, let's dial it back. Oh, I'm sorry. Here. The Don Air class, true. Does this even work? Yes, it does. I don't know if this will work for you or not, Tuckman, but there you go. There's the levels. Take a look at them. Okay, and if you have questions, you can ask Fellrunner about it because this is his thing that he keeps talking about constantly. Every time he talks about levels, that's what he's referring to. I forgot to mention it to Destiny last night because I just fucking forgot. Oh, hey, Addie just posted something in stream suggestions. Hopefully she's here. Oh. For that Rusty Dagger stuff, Epic is saying that Ukraine is supposed to get 2,500 of the Rusty Dagger missiles, and like assuming Trump doesn't cancel the program, that like this is like a large number of missiles, like it dwarfs all of the donations for this type of munition. It's a cruise missile. It would be huge and it potentially decisively tip the scale of the conflict. Then he says, for implications for the United States, if we can get a working, reliable, low-cost cruise missile into mass production that's tested on the battlefield in Ukraine, that would give us a lot more confidence for a potential fight with China. And he says this is actually one of the examples of an area where there is a security interest in supporting Ukraine that goes outside of internationalist principles. Yeah, so that's potentially something that I could also mention to Epic as well too, or not Epic, sorry, Lactoid. I actually need to find out. I don't know what Lactoid's opinions are about China though, so yeah, I have no idea with regards to that. But okay, sorry. I'm gonna feed him because he is very clearly starving, as we all can see. But yeah. Sorry for totally derailing the stream because Runner is retarded. Level 5 is the Einstein folders. Oh, by the way, you guys, there's something else that I wanted to talk about today. Do any of you guys know who J.F. Gariepi is? Jean-Francois Gariepi. Are any of you familiar with that name? Do you know that name? I'm sure all the DGGers in here should remember him. Or anybody else. Oh, we know. Oh, Lord. Yeah, Connor debated him a week ago. Oh, gee. Oh, yeah, he did. That's right. Well, J.F. Gariepi is apparently in the Epstein files. Also, it is alleged that he killed his like last girlfriend, and he has a problem with dating developmentally disabled women in order to trick them so that he can impregnate them. And it looks like he did that with his last girlfriend, who was missing for like months and months and months. Well, listen, I'm just saying alleged, but honestly, I think he did it. I think it's pretty likely that he fucking did it. Well, I heard he was in the Epstein files, which is funny to me, and I want to know more about it. Billionaires love eugenics, not a surprise. Don't forget to mention. Oh yeah, he is. Yeah, he's a white supremacist and an anti-Semite. He's mentioned that in the past, getting a $10,000 cash injection from Jeff. Wait, really? Jeffrey Epstein gave him $10,000? That is insane. I guess Jeffrey Epstein didn't really believe in anything. Yeah, he renovated his entire apartment at the same time as like his girlfriend disappeared. Yeah, the way that he talked about it was really weird. I think it's pretty likely he either killed her and has put her under his floorboards, or he drove her out somewhere in the woods, dropped her off, and left her out there to die of exposure because she couldn't take care of herself. But yeah, she would appear on his streams sometimes, and yeah, and by the way, this is not the same woman whose parents basically had to file a lawsuit in order this is not the same woman that JF essentially manipulated into flying across the country from Texas to somewhere in the US with him so that he could put a baby in her. And she was 18, but she basically had the mind of a child because she was also developmentally disabled. Yeah, I don't think this is the same person. I believe, yeah, but these are the kinds of people that JF goes after, and apparently he's got like a fuck ton of kids. And he only like fucks like young girls. Yeah. Destiny had a debate with him many, many years ago about that particular topic. I think he's banned from the US now too. He's been abusive in past relationships as well, I believe. Like, I think I think he might have been married at some point. I don't know. But he's like fucking wild. Connor debated him a week ago too. Yeah. JF kind of mentioned on the Bulwark today regarding the Epstein stuff. Yeah, I'm curious as to what exactly was said about him in the Epstein files. I did not know that Jeffrey Epstein donated $10,000 to him. That's actually very funny, considering how much of a ginormous anti-Semite JF is. At least I'm pretty sure he's an anti-Semite. He is most definitely like a fucking white supremacist Nazi dude. Weird that the eugenics guy spreads his seed by contaminating it with intellectually disabled DNA. Yeah, I know, that is weird. I did think that was very strange. I thought it was very odd. Like, maybe it was just because it was so much. It's like those are the only kinds of women that he can get to stay with him because he's a terrible person, and that's probably the case. He also hates women too. Like, he has streams talking about how, like, modern feminism has destroyed women, and how like he wishes we could go back to a time where like husbands could just own their wives like property. You mean mixes his intellectually disabled DNA with more intellectually disabled DNA? True. We live in a simulation. No, Waffle House, I'm not talking about Tate. I'm talking about JF Gary Epi. That was pretty much all they said. He got Epstein money for his YouTube channel. Oh, okay. It was in the Epstein files. Like, the only thing I was able to find about this was this French article from 2 days ago. This is him. This is the motherfucker. He lives he like was living, or he lives in Canada right now. I think he was in the US, but apparently he can't go back there. Or no, or maybe he lives in the US but he can't go back to Canada. The real eugenicists would never let the Quebecois reproduce. Double DNA cancels itself outright. He's Quebecois, the worst kind of Canadian. Hey, don't be mean to Toby. Like, actually, I don't think Toby is actually a Quebecois, but hold on. Oh, damn, there's only one mention. White nationalist says Jeffrey Epstein once gave him $25,000. $25,000. Is there going to be a clip? This is from 2018. This was back when he was big. When he was doing the fucking the YouTube blood sports shit. Americans have no place to meme on other countries right now. that is true. Although I will say, once again, I am very sorry, America, for all the god-awful people that are contributing to your online alt media landscape that come from my country. I'm so sorry. Are secessionists ideations genetic? Maybe. He looks like he belongs in a new metal band. His style is very, what, 90s, 2000? Yeah. The mention was noticed by a Twitter user who posted the video excerpt. Oh, this. I bet this is gone. Yeah, this post is from a suspended account. Okay, yeah. This is old as fuck. Translate this. Jeffrey Epstein funded the project of a far-right Quebecer. Jean-Francois Gariepi says that he is very proud to be included in the documents published at the end of January. What the fuck? The name of a far-right Quebec videographer, Jean-Francois Gariepi, is in the latest wave of documents from the Epstein files published at the end of January. Email exchanges show that Jeffrey Epstein's foundation funded $25,000 or $34,000 Canadian online program, Neuro TV, created by Mr. biologist by training who worked at Duke University in North Carolina at the time. Oh yeah. I think he lost his job at Duke too because he was doing weird sex shit with the women who worked there. Like, you know what? We're gonna look into this in a second, but hold on. I'll be right back. I need to feed him. Yes, this guy is insanely wild and ridiculous. There is so much silly shit. One sec. Good to see you, Chair. Thank God she didn't leave us alone with that sociopath. He's been spending too much time with Destiny. I love Stuart's name, by the way. It's such a cute name for a cat. I hear his name and think he must be studious and mild-mannered. That's funny. That's funny that you would say that. Although he is very cute. I named him that because when I got him, my roommate had a cat named Salvador, and so I was like, okay, well, I'll give my cat an S name, and it also just hit me as well. Although when I first got Stuart, my friend who gave him to me, he was a kitten, and the vet that my friend took him to had like misdiagnosed or had like had got his age wrong, and said that and thought that he was a she. Hello, TRC. Salvador, yeah, Salvador is a great cat name. Salvador was a cutie. I don't know if he's still around or not. He was a void cat. He was a real sweetie. Cats are very strange creatures. Indeed, they are. Cats are also wonderful creatures. Chair Linda looks like she's been drained of all hope in this world. My black Bombay cat is called Jeffrey. Oh. Do you think Lonerbox is avoiding stream because he can't beat the last boss? Maybe, Toby. I don't know. Did he actually get to the final boss? Does he know that it's the final boss? Okay. I'm sure he'll be able to do it. Voids are the cutest, especially when they loaf. Yeah. Every black cat I've ever met has been like a giant sweetie. I can only imagine the jokes you've made at his expense lately. Oh yes, because the cat's name is Jeff or Jeffrey. Okay, hold on. The main interested who are the main interest. Jesus Christ, this translation is. I feel like Firefox. Okay, hold on. Google Translate for Firefox. Simple Translate. What's this? Does this use Google Translate? Is it powered by Google? Supports Google Translate and DP. Okay. Yes. Install. Because Firefox's Translate is absolute garbage. Okay, thank you. Really? Whatever. I'm gonna look this over. You can switch to Dahmer and see if that sticks. What? Blepstein? I can see myself jokingly referring to Jeffrey Cat as Epstein, only for it to unfortunately stick and become a permanent nickname. Hello, Bill. Okay. So the Society for Neuroscience awarded Gary Eppie the Next Generation Award in 2014. In 2012, he finished a doctoral thesis in French about neural networks involved in the respiratory rhythm in lampreys in 20 lampreys. Okay, so he didn't even study human. All right. From September 2011 to September 2015, Gary Eppie studied social interactions in monkeys at the Institute of Brain Science at Duke University. Over his scientific career, Gary Eppie published 13 research papers that have been cited 943 times. Interesting. Gary Eppie was not asked to return to his postdoctoral position. At this time, Gary Eppie was in a relationship with one of his undergrad lab assistants. Gary Eppie told the Daily Beast he left Duke University for Canada because he'd grown disillusioned with the scientific community. In a Facebook post, Gary Eppie said he was leaving academia because it was defective and was interfering with a true search for knowledge. He said he would continue the search for a better way to satisfy his scientific curiosity. As of 2018, he had moved back to Canada following changes to his legal immigration status related to his divorce from his third wife. How many times has this motherfucker been married now? Personal life. Here we go. Gary Eppie has been married and divorced 3 times. His first marriage occurred when he was 18 and lasted 5 years. In 2018, following his third divorce, Gary Eppie was the defendant in a guardianship lawsuit over a 19-year-old he was claiming as his fiancée. This is the thing that I was talking about. A doctor said the woman had autism and the social and mental maturity of a 10 or 11-year-old child. Gary Eppie had made contact with the woman online before she decided to travel to North Carolina to see him in July of 2016. According to the woman, Gary Eppie intended to impregnate her. The parents of the teenager won guardianship and returned her home. Gary Eppie had said that a white ethno-state would have prevented these legal issues. Oh my God. In June 2013, or in June 2023, Gary Eppie's partner, Alora Patone, also known as Mama JF, disappeared, having last been seen in Moncton on June 19th, 2 days after being left at a gas station. Gary Eppie subsequently announced a deep cleaning of his house. He believed she left voluntarily as an act of off-the-grid living, in explaining why he never reported her absence to the police. In September/October 2023, she was reported missing. So it took like several months for her to be reported missing. From October 2024 to at least August 2025, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police was seeking tips from the public to help find Pantone, but have since deleted the website seeking tips. Well, damn, it looks like that's a cold case now. But yeah, it's very sus. It seems more than likely that he dropped her off somewhere and left her to fend for herself. Like, wait, this is the too pathetic to talk about guy. I heard Critical mention in his podcast. Yes. Yes, Bill Clockwell. This is JF Gariepi. He is a white nationalist whom anybody who knows Destiny lore will be familiar with, for a debate that he had with JF over the 19-year-old woman that JF tried to impregnate, basically. Like this bit here, the stuff about her and that court case, Destiny had a debate with JF over it. And that's where JF going, "It's called love, you idiots." That's where that meme came from. How is he not in jail? Everything about this screams prime suspect. Yeah, I know. I don't understand. Maybe the cops didn't find anything. I have no idea. I don't know why they did not arrest him and take him in. But yeah, am I allowed to agree with Canadians? Yes, of course you are. Why wouldn't you be allowed to? But yeah, I know. I don't know. I just thought this was really funny, and now I am learning that he received money from Jeffrey Epstein, which I was not aware of. Um, I actually would love. Um, Wait, can I want to try something. This might be fucking awesome. Web browser. I can browse the web to help you gather information for a project. Okay. Will it actually do it? They're not sending their best man. Are these dimwits the ones who are supposed to rule the world? Yeah, I know, right? Behold the master race. Searching for cash or alternative sort. Wait, why? Why can't you just translate the page? The auto translate for French isn't usually the best, but it gives you the gist. Yeah, I guess so. It's just the Firefox one is bad. I don't know why they don't just use Google Translate, but whatever. Anyway. Oh yeah, he's done content with Fuentes and Spencer. He doesn't deny his links to Jeffrey Epstein. On the contrary, Gary Eppy publicly communicates his presence in the documents and claims to be very proud to be included. Oh yeah, that's right. Because JF and all the people in JF's corner probably think that Jeffrey Epstein was fucking based. Because all of these people think the age of consent should be way lower than it currently is. I think Fuentes, by the way, is one of those people too. It usually just comes out weird grammatically, or some words don't translate well. Yeah. Gary Eppy explains it is a form of street cred, deeming that his reputation has been ruined for more than a decade. He says that he has learned to surf negative publicity. It refers in particular to legal files that were reported by the American media outlet The Daily Beast in 2018. One was linked to custody of his child during the divorce of his third wife in 2015. I'm curious, where? Hold on. It's Gmail, right? Gmail, Jeffrey Epstein emails. Has this been updated? New. Volumes 10 and 11. Okay. Hold on now. Are we gonna find this stuff in the emails? Hi, Jeffrey. Hi. JMail, J Photos, J Drive, J Flights, JVR. Yeah, this website's helpful. Okay. Gary Yeppy. Am I spelling that right? Oh, it's EAR. Oh, there we go. Oh my God. Hi, Jeffrey. I'm meeting with the head of Neuro TV tomorrow, Jean-Francois Gariepi. I should have my report ready for you by the weekend. We'll send my writing samples as well. Until soon. Jeffrey Epstein contact. Oh. Oh my God, he actually emailed with him. This is funny. Are these in? Oh, they are. Okay. Okay, these are black. These are, see you tomorrow at the Tornado Cafe at 1280 Lexington Avenue. Here's our 2014 report for season 1, to which I added an update on our current progress on season 2 at the end of the document. Best from Gary Effie. I guess that this is still when he was working at Duke. I'm ahead of schedule, so I should be able to be there at 2 p.m., but take your time if you still want to come at 3. Wait, are these all just from? I guess they are. And this one must be from Epstein. Hi, Jean-Francois. I can be there at 2:20-ish. See you soon. As we've discussed, I'm sending you a list of potential speakers who definitely have an impact and who could lead very interesting discussions on Neuro TV. By the way, just so you all know, this is like Epstein was convicted, and this is after they all knew who he was. They all knew, JF would have known at this point that he was a convicted sex offender. But this is just really fucking hilarious. This shit is funny as fuck. Oh my God, Sam Harris is on here too. Jonathan Haidt, Stephen Parker, Richard Dawkins, Noam Chomsky, Daniel Dennett. I only know some of these names. Well, okay, I'm not surprised Chomsky's on here. Sam Harris is on here too. Each of these speakers require specific content, but in general, I would like to talk to them about the origins of life, the place of human culture and evolution, and the question of whether moral truth exists. I am open to the suggestions you mentioned, so feel free to send me your own list and we can go from there. Below is a list of guest speakers that Neuron would like to have on their show. Could we assist with this? Oh, it looks like, wow, it looks like he was just spamming Epstein with emails, and Epstein wasn't always replying to him. It's kind of funny. J messages, new, interesting. Okay, hold on. Today's headlines. Wow, this one's taking its sweet time. The dude practically collected public figures. Yeah. I watched Sam's video addressing this. I didn't know how much he hated Chomsky. I mean, I'm not really surprised. Daily News. It's election day. Oh, all right. Well, you know what? Whatever. That doesn't matter. Sam Harris. Oh, no. Honestly, I'm just going to say, just so y'all know, I feel like people simply being mentioned in the Epstein files does not matter to me. I don't care about that. Like, I don't think that that's really enough to prove anything. Now, I do think that it says a lot about you if you're an individual who was talking and who was communicating with Jeffrey Epstein or taking money from Jeffrey Epstein after 2008 when you knew damn well that he was a goddamn pedophile. And so I feel like this basically just confirms what we already knew about or that he was a convicted sex offender. I don't know if Sam Harris actually spoke to Epstein, if that's in here, but yeah, that is kind of funny. Volumes 10 and 11. Oh no. Oh, there we go. 2015. Josh Harris, Sam Harris. 2 Sam Harris. Did this motherfucker just not know how to type? Or was this like an issue with the OCR? Also, Larry Summers was in there. Yes. Hello, Aeon Android. JF said, why not take the pedo's money away from the pedo? Wait, did he actually say that, Toby? Because I feel like JF probably, like, I don't know why, but like, I thought that JF thought that, or like wanted to lower the age of consent, or he seemed like one of those people who would have been happy to do that. Obviously Epstein was fucking people who were quite a bit younger than, like 17 and 18, or apparently he was, but yeah. If you're talking about JF, yeah, that dude is super. Yes, he is. Okay. Sam, we met with John Brockham at the TED event. I thought you might enjoy a dinner with Woody Allen and me. It should be fun. Jeffrey Epstein. Please note the information contained in this communication is confidential. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. It's just like, these motherfuckers can't type. Or the OCR just fucked it up when it was translating it, which is also possible, but actually that doesn't even make any sense. Only if we film it. Oh damn, Sam did actually reply. Interesting. Yeah, Destiny was battling all those age of consent losers in the blood sports days. Amos was the worst offender, obviously. Oh well, yeah, because that Amos was like he thought the age of consent should be 0. These could almost equally accurately be called the Woody Allen files. Ep tried to every anti-woke oh yeah, he tried to be friends with every anti-woke public intellectual. Check the hard drives. Amos was arrested for being a pedo. Yes. Oh hey, Wasserman. So we can safely say that yesterday Call into Destiny was a success. Yeah, I think so. Sorry, I'm getting DM'd from by someone about posting my part of my conversation with Destiny on Twitter. He's asking me for my PFP of Stuart. No, he didn't miss too much. The kick chat was insane and like antibody reactionary. Wait, which kick chat? Steven's kick chat? I was reading GGG chat because, to be honest with you, I don't necessarily care about anything else. Oh, you mean like they were making fun of my appearance? I mean, I'm not really surprised by that. Even though it looks like they liked Stuart, it looks like they were quite happy with the cat. We need to start calling them the Trump files since he's mentioned in so many of them, or the Putin files. Oh yeah, I would imagine. Honestly, I suspect that of his 3 chats, of Destiny's 3 chats, Kick Chat's probably the most insane of the chats. Why must people be like that? Yeah, I know. I agree. It's silly. I imagine if I get a better camera in the future, I'll probably start wearing makeup when I stream. And then that might change things. I don't know. Because like I have it, I just can't be bothered right now. And part of me feels like they said you sound like a black woman. That's funny. Well, I mean, yeah, Toby, it's obviously way easier to attack somebody who actually shows their face. DGG is pretty bad. Y2 supremacy. I mean, I guess you can say that, Bever. I don't know. In DGG at least, I didn't spawn any weird appearance comments. But I did see a lot of people spamming various cat emojis for the 3 seconds that I was on stream. And there were a couple of people, or there was I think I saw like one hate comment, but it only stood out because it had actually like mentioned me. But a lot of it was just people spamming DGGL at me and stuff. DGG chat is literally exiled DGGers, banned in YT chat or DGG. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. YouTube chat is easily the worst. Actual DGG is fine, but YouTube and Kick chat does get weirdos. It used to be that YouTube chat was where all the conservatives were, and that might still be the case, but I don't know. Actually, it wouldn't surprise me if there's a lot of conservatives on like Kick chat though. But okay. But yeah, JF Gary Appy. Wait. I can't open ledevore.com from here. Site blocks automated access, and so I also can't translate and reproduce a full paywall. Oh, it's paywalled. Rip. Oh well, never mind. That doesn't matter. Do you like Destiny? Yeah, I do. Only P. I enjoy his content. Like, I don't agree with everything that he says or like everything about things that, like, if you're asking about like the drama stuff, yeah, I think there's like maybe some issues in there with his behavior, but I mean, I don't know, that shit might change, I have no idea. I don't know. But I don't really like to talk about that because I don't think that necessarily matters hugely at the end of the day, at least not like to me. Especially since most of the most insane allegations, like him being a pedo and all that shit, like all that's been disproven. So, maybe if that was true, then I would feel a little differently, or I would feel quite a bit different. But yeah, there's a lot of insane shit there too. So, I mean, it's all up to you. Do what makes you feel comfortable. People have unreasonable expectations. True, they do indeed. Never seen much issue with the YouTube chat. Then again, I don't read the chat all the time. Honestly, I don't know why. DGG chat has always just been the chat where I go. Because the entire time that I've watched Destiny, I've always, like, that I've watched his live stream, it's always been from like destiny.gg. So yeah. And I have a lot of like fond memories of that community. I have friends in there, and when Destiny was running the Rust server back in, like, I think it was 2022, or no, it was 2021. When he was doing the Rust server back in 2021, I was going through a really hard time mentally, and I and when I was on the Rust server, I made a bunch of friends there, and yeah, like, just being around those people and getting to play that game with them and all the fun and fond times that I had, it really helped me through that bad time in my life. So, and yeah, I still keep in touch with several of the people that I met in there. You know, EGG spams the shit out of emotes and memes. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Linda, you probably don't need this advice, but I'm going to say it anyway. Live for yourself first. Oh, yeah, of course. Absolutely. Oh, you mean, oh, you're saying that I shouldn't be like pressured one way or another by people who like come in here and tell me that I shouldn't talk to Destiny or whatever, or that I shouldn't associate with him, or that I shouldn't associate with Lonerbox. Or honestly, I usually just ban those people because I can't stand people who just come in here to concern troll, because fuck that. Yeah, oh yeah, the emote combos are tons of fun. And you always get like a fun little boost, a fun little dopamine hit when your emote was part of an emote combo. That was such a, I think that's a really neat idea. Yes. The DDSK for death question, true. Okay. So, let's see. We should have a look at what actually is in like the news and stuff. Um Um, but yeah, so we learned about Rusty Dagger. What's going on? Oh, there was an explosion in Islamabad. Thought ICE agents were taking her to school. The 10-year-old ended up 1,200 miles away in a detention facility. Jesus. Ohio's GOP governor pushes back on possible ICE surge focused on Haitians in Springfield. Wait, really? Well, that's good. Hold on. I remind the anti-fans that 2 straight years of going after Destiny didn't seem to hurt him much. I don't think he's going anywhere, and he's not completely insulated from well-meaning. Yeah, basically. Like, people in his community can and do critique him, you know? Like, that is allowed. It's not disallowed. No, he doesn't. I think it seems the thing that mainly bothers him is people going after everybody around him, which honestly I think is the most insane thing. Like I think that when people do that, it's crazy. Like Mr. Girl, like trying to like contact all of his former all of his exes and stuff. And also like what Mr. Girl did to Anna Var or Anna Var. That was crazy, and I will forever think that he is a disgusting piece of shit for essentially taking advantage of her mental illness and then spending like 2 hours manipulating her over the phone, which she basically admitted to in a stream. You know, like regardless of wherever Anna is now or whatever the shit was, and I have criticisms of how both of them acted during that. But yeah, his mind has been changed on a lot from his community, many emails from viewers that also have some kind of connection to what they talk about. I'd say his trans takes and IP takes are probably I think that his mind was changed on that. Yeah. But yeah, no, I remember when that happened. And Anna recognized how insanely manipulative Mr. Girl was too. But and he completely was unable to recognize that what he did to her was wrong, or that was wrong, or that like taking advantage of her in that day was wrong, because he just doesn't. I don't think that he has real empathy for other people. I don't think that he's capable of understanding people's perspectives that are not his own, which is why I think that that's like where him being anti-trans comes from, because he doesn't understand like because he doesn't understand gender dysphoria, because he can't possibly imagine like what that's like for himself, and so as such he just can't process it. The thing I've seen bother him most is asking stupid question. Was 180 day panties? Yeah, and all it is, Kalinda, is concern troll to death. Don't you think Destiny is terrible, etc.? Either you disavow or condone his behavior. Yeah, I know, it's very stupid. I hate it. It's so dumb. Okay, let's watch this because I'm curious. Come on, CNN. Give us the goods.
You probably remember this debate moment in 2024.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame.
It was not happening, but the claims unleashed a wave of threats against Haitian immigrants living legally in Springfield, Ohio, under temporary protected status granted by the Biden administration. Fast forward to now, the city has rallied around the Haitian community amid fears that ICE may come there next to deport them. DHS already revoked Haitians' legal status, but on Monday, a federal judge temporarily blocked that policy change, a ruling the administration says it will appeal to the Supreme Court. To discuss this, I'm joined now by Ohio's Republican Governor, Mike DeWine. Nice to see you. Thank you so much for being here, sir.
Nice to see you, Dan. Thank you.
You have spoken out aggressively in defense of Springfield's Haitian population, and you did back then when President Trump, then Ohio Senator J.D. Vance, attacked them during the campaign. I know you were born in Springfield. How much fear is there right now in the Haitian community?
Well, there certainly is a lot of fear. But, you know, Dan, I think we're kind of at potentially at least a crossroads in this whole debate about immigration. I watched this morning a clip from the president, an interview he did yesterday. He said, you know, we should be want to focus on the most violent offenders. So I think, you know, everybody agrees with that. I think also the president gets a lot of credit, should get credit for what he's done at the southern border. He inherited a mess. He's been able to,
Video seems a bit quiet. Hold on.
dramatically cut down on the number of people even trying to cross the border. Those two things I think people agree on. There's big
That is weird as fuck. Is it quiet for anybody else? I just can't comprehend how people listen to Trump and think he's capable of running a country. Yeah, me either. I don't think I'll ever be able to comprehend that. I can still hear it. It's just much quieter than your voice. Oh, hold on. Let me know how this sounds.
Census for that. I think where, you know, we start losing people is when we're looking
Is it still quiet?
people who are working hard every day. The Haitians in Springfield are one example of that. Under temporary protected status, they're here legally, and they're working. And what the employers have told me time and time again is we hired Haitians year, 2, 3 years ago, frankly, because we couldn't fill these jobs. And Springfield is actually, put my governor's hat on now, from the point of view of economic development, Springfield has been moving forward. Springfield is coming back. Part of the reason
Okay, hella based. I think this is something that's really important that a lot of people don't really talk about. Obviously, because this guy, even though he's a Republican, he lives there in this state, and he has access to the facts on the ground. And the facts show that, hey, these immigrants were good for this community because that they were able to work jobs that needed to be worked, that they couldn't find other people to work. And so they filled that labor shortage. And ultimately, that was good for the economy, which, you know, keeps going back to immigrants are good for your economy.
been able to come back is because of these Haitians who are there. They're not only working, but of course they're spending money in the community. There's been businesses started, restaurants have started. And if we lose all those, if they lose temporary protected status, then they no longer can work and the companies can't employ them. that's a blow to the economy. That's a
And-
blow to the state. I mean, if you look at Ohio's growth, just one more statistic. If you look at Ohio's growth in the last few years, over half that growth has come from immigrants who are here and they're working and they're helping the economy grow and helping us.
And these are arguments that you have been making and other Ohio officials of both parties have been making since 2024, since we heard J.D. Vance and Donald Trump say some of the things that we played again earlier. You said you believe that.
By the way, remember when J.D. Vance essentially admitted that he had to, that like the story about the eating the dogs and stuff, that he made it up in order to get the media to talk about immigrants in Ohio. Wait, I thought they were stealing American jobs. They lied to me. Yup. That's my state, Ohio, best state in all the land. Oh, you like Ohio? Cool. The opioid crisis hit Springfield super hard. Sober workers were hard to find, apparently.
The president is sort of, my words, not yours, singing a different tune. But do you believe that that is going to translate into a different policy? Because last week you said that you were getting mixed signals on whether ICE would actually come to your state, come to Ohio to deport Haitians. You don't think that's going to happen now?
Well, I don't know. I don't know that. I'm just saying that listening to what the president said, as I watched it this morning, it was yesterday's interview, I imagine. But, you know, that's what people heard, I think, during the campaign. Let's get the criminals out of here, get the violent people out of here. And let's shore up the southern border. Let's take care of that. I think there's a broad consensus for that. Look, I don't know where the president is going on this, but again, listening to him this morning, that seemed to be what he was saying. And I think that you know, he should get a lot of credit for what he's doing in the southern border. And I think, you know, what we've seen in Minneapolis and other places has distracted, frankly, from him getting credit for doing that. So I think from a policy point of view, it's the right thing to do, and I think it's the right thing to do for many reasons. But I
Guys need comprehensive immigration reform.
don't know. I mean, we were told a few hours before the court decision came down, we got a briefing from ICE, and they basically said we have no orders or no plans to come in to Springfield. Now, they did say that could change overnight. You know, that could change very quickly. But they said we have no plans specifically to do any kind of surge into Springfield. So, as you say, Anna, it's very much up in the air. And you asked me about people in Springfield. You know, look, the Haitians are very, very concerned about it, and you know, they don't know what's going to happen next. And of course, the employers really don't know what's going to happen next either.
We've been talking about this ruling on Monday, and in that ruling, the judge found that it's likely the decision to revoke legal status for Haitians is motivated by, quote, anti-Black, anti-Haitian animus.
It's true, it is.
Do you agree with the judge?
Look, I'm not going to get into what the judge says or the law. The judges are going to have to do what they do. I respect that. We're going to respect whatever
But
we
do you
end up.
see anti-Black, anti-Haitian
in
animus as
in
part
regard
of this?
to that. Look, I can't attribute motives to people, what their motives are.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, he is. He's being cowardly here because, like, that is actually the answer is yes. Obviously, that's what this is. It's obviously racist shit. This obviously comes from fucking Stephen Miller and all of his racist crap about quote unquote importing the third world and all this other shit. Same thing with the attacks on the Somalis and Donald. Yes, yeah. I saw that Trump did post that racist video. Yes.
I just know that these are contributing people to our community. We need them. Our economy needs them. You know, we want to continue to move forward. You know, Ohio is kind of red hot bringing in companies in here. Our challenge always is, do we have the right workers? And this is frankly, part of the answer. The other answer, of course, is to make sure that every Ohioan lives up to their full potential, and we do a great job educating people. So all of this kind of comes together in regard to, you know, it's about people. And, you know, the policy, I think, it should be, in my opinion, you know, to allow these individuals to continue.
The person who taught me how to TIG weld and excel at advanced manufacturing in my in a way my 2 American teachers couldn't. A Haitian man. This rhetoric is so disgusting. Based. That's really cool.
To
Yes, this is supposed to be the party of the alpha male.
get up in the morning, go to work. Some of them are working 2 jobs. They all want overtime. They're doing everything they can to raise their kids, support their family. They're fixing up houses. They're just doing a lot of positive things that we're seeing in the Springfield community. And you saw how the community, now not everybody agrees, but the majority of people in Springfield have certainly rallied behind these people that now they've lived beside for 1, 2, 3, 4 years. And they understand, what they're contributing.
Yeah. Governor, thank you so much for coming on and talking about this, and we will definitely keep in touch as the appeals process goes forward and as you potentially hear more from ICE about whether they do plan to come into your state, not just about the Haitian immigrants, but also Somalis, because I know that Columbus has the 2nd largest Somali population, of course, the first being Minneapolis. Thanks, Governor. Appreciate it.
All right. Oh yeah, Trump shares racist video depicting Obamas as apes. Yeah, I remember this. We all saw that this morning. Well, thank you for the $1.99, thus making the goal. Thank you very much. Goal. Yeah, I mean, I'm glad that the governor is at least coming out and fighting against this, even if I don't even if he wouldn't necessarily speak up strongly and essentially say yes, it was about racism, even though he probably knows that it is, but whatever. And yeah, I don't understand why people like Trump. Trump's not a successful businessman. There doesn't really seem to be anything indicating that he is. It seems like most of his worth is from his name, and yeah. Dow soars by almost 1,000 points as Wall Street rebounds from tech meltdown. Damn, I should have bought some stocks yesterday so that I could sell them today. DeWine actually seems to be a moderate. Actually. Is Bitcoin still... Oh no, wait, hold on. Did it rebound? 70,000. Damn, it was at 60,000 like last night. I should have revived my Coinbase account so that and like dropped $1,000 into Bitcoin. That's 1 day, do 5 days. Okay. Oh, okay. Jesus Christ. Yeah, so it's still it's going back, but I should have done that yesterday. Hello, SDA. People like Trump because he's funny. I think it's that simple. That's so stupid. I can't. It is fucking insane. Oh, DeWine was the guy who vetoed that trans bill. That's true, yeah. The anti-trans bill. My friend who put money at Bitcoin when it was at 80K was too afraid to buy more last night, so I don't blame him. Yeah. Bitcoin has no inherent value. Yeah, I know it doesn't, but I mean, it's one of those things where like, if someone dropped $1,000 into it and then waited for it to go back up, then they could potentially make some money if they sold it, which is basically what yeah. I like to do that kind of shit. I don't know. I'm kind of crazy like that. Yes, I'm aware that it's called gambling. I mean, but that's what I did. I made $1,000 off of Broadcom stock. I wish that I had I think I only bought $500 worth of Broadcom stock, and I wish that I had bought more. Because it went back up and I made money. Stock trading is dangerous, please no. Don't get fooled by DeWine's sane rhetoric. He's still letting unemployment checks. He's still letting unemployment checks from the pandemic. Oh, still keeping? Interesting. My luck at day trading sucks. Listen, my understanding is that like the way you do it is you buy low and then you go high, but yeah. Or is you buy low and sell high, but it doesn't need to be like, you don't need to do day trading. I mean, I held on to that Broadcom stock for months and then I sold it when it went back up. Like that's what you do. You buy the dip. Stock can only go up. No, not always. Sometimes it can go down. Like I think the Broadcom stock that I bought actually, I bought it on the way down, but it definitely went lower than when I initially bought it. I would go for a crypto ETF if you're just looking to invest, but I don't want to actively learn and keep up with the space. But yeah, I mean, maybe, I don't know. I'm always like looking to invest a little bit because I have money. I have money in the bank for investments. But maybe I will do that. Maybe a crypto ATF. Maybe that'll be or ETF rather. Maybe that will be a thing. If you don't know what to do, just put money in a VOD or SPY.
Blockbuster stock are at an all-time low. Buy.
Thank you, Sans, for the $5. Blockbuster stock are at an all-time low. Check out Mitsubishi Electric. They're making a lot of Japan's new weapons. Best investment of my life. I bought it in at around $30 a share, I think. Oh, geez. Well, how much are they now? None of these words are in the Bible. Well, yeah. For your safety/emergency cash, get a Barclays high yield savings account. I've been making 4% plus interest every year I've had it. I've got like savings accounts like that. Also, just as an FYI, guys, I am not American. Okay? I do not have the same shit that you do. I cannot. Yeah. Anyway. Hold on. What else was in the stream suggestions? $72 a share right now. And all in the last 2 years, Japan's doing a huge rearmament, and the Japanese defense industry is a duopoly between Mitsubishi and Kawasaki. Yeah, also open a Roth IRA and max it if you can every year. Yeah, thanks. Thanks for a bunch of shit that I can't do because I don't live in America. I do have the American equivalent of a Roth IRA though. And also no, I cannot max it at 7K. Oh, you're talking to chat. Okay, geez. It's bold of you to assume that not everybody in here has that much money, you know. I don't know if although I imagine at least some people do. I was going to say, I'm sure that if Doobie was in here, he could probably talk to people about what's best to invest in, because that dude's like a multi-millionaire apparently. Okay. Where is, or what exactly, what else? What else do we have? What is in stream suggestions? Suicide blast in Islamabad mosque kills 31, wounds 169. Oh, there's also this. I don't know if Johan is even here though. Johan, are you here? Oh, damn. Hey, 123 ABC. I'm surprised you came back. I haven't seen you in a while. Anything helps. There are people out there who listen to their parents and invest in small amounts of money starting just after high school, and they'll retire 10 years early. Yeah, I mean, that's true if you do like small investments. Yes, yes, 123. People are indeed making up investments to Mossad. Yes, that is correct. It seems more likely that Epstein had more connections with Russia than with Israel. But I mean, honestly, Epstein had connections with everybody. It doesn't mean that he was like a Mossad asset or whatever. Like that's not enough. All the Epstein Israel shit is just a bunch of isn't it weird? Or rather, all the Epstein Mossad shit, I should say, because obviously he had connections to people in Israel. But yeah. Doobie invests in Khazar coin. Doobie hasn't answered my challenge yet. I don't know where the fuck he is. Or if he's even still in my server. Maybe he's like busy. Did you hear Epstein is apparently alive? No, I didn't. And I know I don't think so. That's not true. That sounds like conspiracy garbage. It's an AI image. Yeah, I'm not surprised. There's a lot of AI images. Doobie is an evil frog that lives in the sewers under 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Oh, are you guys talking about some random AI image that that was posted and there's an image of him in Tel Aviv? Yeah, that's an AI image. People in chat were just saying that 123. And he does not have an active yeah, yes, I'm sure people think moon landings. Hold on, 123. You don't actually think that Epstein is alive, do you? Of course, people are going to say that it's not the AI because they're stupid. Okay, thank you, Jesus. For a second there, I was like, bro, what the fuck? I'm repeating what they were saying. Epstein being alive wouldn't be that surprising. I mean, I don't know. I feel like it would be. That would be kind of crazy. If that is true, it won't be true for long. Back in 20 minutes. You know what? Actually, I think maybe I might want to do more Ukraine research before I talk about this. Although I am interested in this is anti-Zionism, anti-Semitism, because that Johan said that this guy made an interesting argument. But thought it was just a random dude. Yeah, I don't know. One of the things that I was asking the Clanker about last night was whether or not was about Putin's speeches. I mean, that Epstein picture could be photoshopped. Who knows? Imagine like Photoshop becomes like this sort of forgotten art because everybody just starts using AI instead. And then people manage to use Photoshop so convincingly that like people start thinking the Photoshop images are real because because faking things is always done with AI now. Yeah. It says Horlan in Hebrew, and the Arabic portion of the sign is in Arabic. for some reason. Oh, the Arabic portion of the sign is in Hebrew. Oh, okay. I mean, yeah, that. Can we look into that and debunk it? Also check out the active Fortnite account. I would rather, I don't care that much. I'm sorry, 123. Like, that just sounds, it just sounds dumb. It just seems like a very, very stupid, like, it's probably just AI. And if it's not AI, then it's Photoshop. And you get a Discord link. It's in the stream, or it's in the stream suggestions, or it's stream suggestions. It's in the stream description, Beef Supreme. There's a Discord link. But I don't know if I care enough about looking into this image about Epstein. Like, if somebody wants to link it to me, then I could look at it. But like, also, by the way, it could very well be an old photo. Do you think he had ties to Barack? Yeah, he obviously had ties to Barack. They talked on the phone. They were friends. But that doesn't necessarily mean anything. Or rather, it doesn't mean anything like about Barack and Epstein being it doesn't mean that like Epstein was a Mossad asset or whatever. Epstein was just a well-connected dude who had a lot of friends who were rich. And he kind of just wanted to know everybody. So yeah, I don't think that necessarily proves anything. Barack was a pedo though, maybe. I don't know. I don't actually know enough about that. Did Virginia Giuffre, like, did she accuse him as well? It sure looks more like Harrison Ford. She mentioned a former prime minister. Oh, so she did she not accuse him by name? The man would have given up Jerusalem. It was a pedo, very evil. Okay, listen, 123. I know that you're probably considerably more right-wing than a lot of other people. I don't know if you're Israeli or not, but yeah. Or at least you seem to be, because you got super mad at me when I said that the Nakba was an ethnic cleansing, which I still maintain that it was, by the way. Also, I don't know what you mean by would have sold Jerusalem. I mean that he would have given up parts of Jerusalem. I thought that was Olmert who would have done that. It was not, and your God Benny Morris also said it wasn't. Did he not say that it was, but that it was fine or whatever? Like, I don't care. I thought that it was, I still think it's an ethnic cleansing. Maybe Benny Morris doesn't want to use that term because it's morally loaded. I don't know. And we said it wasn't, there was articles saying that. All right, that's fine, whatever. I don't have to agree with him on everything. Like, by the way, 123, ethnic cleansing is not the same thing as genocide. Yeah, also, why are you saying your God, Benny Morris? That's so weird. Like, do you just think that he wasn't a good historian or something? Other emails released by it showed Epstein leveraged his relationship with Barack to approach powerful figures like Peter Thiel, a former director of Israeli signals intelligence, and two people in Vladimir Putin's circle. Oh, more shit about Vladimir Putin. Epstein arranged Barack to meet Thiel. They met once in Davos, presumably to discuss geopolitics. Epstein victim Virginia Giuffre said she had been sexually assaulted by Barack after being trafficked to him by Epstein, information which came to light in a 2020 court filing by Ellen Dershowitz. Barack and Dershowitz denied the validity of Giuffre's statement. Okay. I mean, seems like her statements against Prince Andrew were pretty reputable, so yeah. I can believe that. I pray to Morris 3 times a day. It's fine, we can disagree. You're allowed to be wrong. I mean, you're also allowed to be wrong. I sent you even more convicting pictures of signs spotted in Israel. Okay. Oh, you sent them to me directly. Oh my god. Look at this obvious Photoshop. That's so good. You can say that if you want to, 1, 2, 3. Okay, I'm convinced. Looks legit. He is alive. True. Not just he's alive, there's 3 of him. And one of him looks like a woman. He's cloned and trans. We are fucked. He is Legion, for there are many. They're cloning him. Even Epstein is against BB. You think Putin ever went to Epstein Island? Probably not. But maybe. Actually, no, probably not, because yes, Epstein was interested in eugenics, Chase. You missed the entire thing that we did when we went over when we went over JF Gary Uppy earlier and how he showed up in the Epstein files. I can't imagine Putin in a warm climate. Yeah, true. It is pretty hard to imagine that. Why would Putin go there if he has his own bunker with kid? True. Also, apparently he provided Epstein with many of the women, so why would he need to go to Epstein's island when he can just get them himself? Did you submit your PI to the internet? Oh, actual fact tracing. Wait, did you join did you join Loner Cord actual fact tracing? Thanks for reminding me. I haven't said my daily prayer to Mr. Morris. True. Always remember to pray to Benny Morris. Can people stop speaking for me and making up my opinions on IPK things? Wait, are people actually doing that, Addie? Where? Wait. Hold on. Oh, Addie does not think the Nakba was ethnic cleansing, just saying. I mean, Addie, if you don't think that, like, maybe my opinion about that is ill-informed. I don't know. Obviously, there's an issue with applying the term ethnic cleansing after the fact to what the Nakba was, because that, and also in part because that a lot of people don't know what ethnic cleansing means, and they think it's the same thing as genocide, and that term is usually wielded like with a there people are saying it usually in a moral way, you know. Can't wait for the reveal that 123 ABC is that guy from Lego Fortnite. It is, but you are still very smart, Kalinda. Okay, I mean, thanks, 123. Do you also watch Loner Box? How did Lida and Ramleh, a majority Arab town, end up being majority Jewish? I mean, Dante, I guess the problem is that ethnic cleansing is not a legal term either. And so because of that, it's hard to have like a particular thing, but like I feel like the Nakba matches the definition of ethnic cleansing. But 123 ethnic cleansing generally involves expulsion. Like That's usually what it's about. The term ethnic cleansing literally came into existence from the Bosnian War and the Kosovo and the Kosovo War. But it was from the Bosnian War, where the Serbs, well, not just the Bosnian War. Actually, arguably, the first time they did it was in Croatia, but the first time they did do it was in Croatia, where the Serbs went in and cleared out towns that had Croats in them, so that's like from majority Serb areas, and they called it ethnic cleansing because you were forcing a group of people to leave. That force didn't necessarily need to happen at gunpoint. It could have been that like they were incentivized to leave for other reasons. But like at the end of, and then they and then being prevented from returning is generally another element of it as well too, which obviously was the case in Bosnia as well, because people who got kicked out weren't allowed to go back, at least not until later. I believe later on they were able to return, but as long as the Serbs had control of that area, they were not allowed to go back. Even most of the Indian wars the U.S. waged aren't considered ethnic cleansing, despite including many massacres. I mean, massacres don't have to include ethnic cleansing, or ethnic cleansing doesn't need to include massacres. It's not necessary. It doesn't even need to necessarily include force. But the idea is that it is the removal of one group of people from an area, generally based on their ethnic group. And that removal generally tends to be forced. Like, even if it's not like direct force, but it generally is like the people who leave generally don't want to leave, and they want to be able to come back later if they are leaving quote unquote voluntarily, like running away from a war or whatever. Yeah, I did the ASL thing in the info channel on the 14th, and gifted Manny's on his channel. Oh, okay, and nobody let you in? Because I have not heard you say it before, right? So let's ask, do you believe the Nakba was ethnic cleansing? I mean, Addie, if you don't think the Nakba was ethnic cleansing, that's fine. I mean, like, that's not, it's something that I'm willing to change my mind on. The reason I mentioned the massacre is we did that to scare the native tribes into leaving, but the reason it's often not seen as ethnic cleansing is because the objective with that was indirect. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, which is considered a different type of crime against humanity. Yeah, I don't know. The problem is ethnic cleansing is not a legal term, so I don't even know if intent is necessarily required, like a top-down intent is necessarily required in there. But I do think that like there was a desire among people in Israel, or like among like the Israeli higher ups, that like they wanted the Arabs to be gone. And it was one of those sort of like they kind of just permitted the expulsions, or like they were fine with them running away sort of thing. And they were happy to let like word of them running away get broadcast all over the place, because that it benefited that them by making the Arabs run away, because obviously they wanted there to be less Arabs in their country, or in like their brand new country, right? That was the whole point. Okay, hold on. Actual facts racing, is that, what's your name on Discord? I believe several nation states, including the United States, define ethnic cleansing in common law, but it's not defined by any treaty law. Yeah. And it's also not part of customary law. Yeah. No, I don't want to dox you. I just want to know your the reason why is because that I was going to approve you and let you in. I just don't know what your Discord name is. Because I see there's a few people here who have not been let in. TM for feed pics. No. Actually, unironically, facts racing. Okay, I don't know. I don't see you here. You know what? I'll do this later. I'm sorry. I can't. It's actual facts racing and LB. For the Indian Wars. Oh, you were let in. Oh wait, hold on. Oh, you're not. You're a box baby. You don't have. That's weird. Okay, there you go. I have let you in. Yeah, I know you just said hi in intro, but I'm assuming that you actually posted stuff further up though, right? I just wasn't. I guess I just didn't see it because, yeah, I don't know. Kalinda, breaker of chains. Dealing with AF Discord is way better use of time than arguing Nakba. I mean, I suppose so, but like now I'm actually curious. Ethnic cleansing. Ethnic cleansing is the systemic forced removal of ethnic, racial, or religious groups from a given area with the intent of making the society ethnically homogenous. Okay, so yeah, intent is a part of it. It's really hard because the Nakba was like kind of, it wasn't like, it was sort of more like an indirect kind of thing. Oh, thank you.
Making
Thanks.
up for lost time less than 3.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks AF for the $5. Thank you very much. Actually, I should probably make a new goal, shouldn't I? Start another goal. Okay. Yeah, I did. I just started a new goal. Your goal has gold, by the way. I know. Yes. The Stewart animation is cute. Thank you. So I don't know. Maybe the Nakba doesn't qualify as ethnic cleansing, or like if it does, it's kind of like there's a shitload of caveats you have to add. Though scholars do not agree on which events constitute ethnic cleansing, many instances have occurred throughout history. The term was first used during the Albanian nationalist, just to describe Albanian nationalist treatment of Kosovo Serbs in the 1980s. Oh, I thought that it was used in the Bosnian War, but all right. Oh, and entered widespread use during the Yugoslav wars of the 1990s. Yeah, that's where, yeah.
Good luck on the debate with Lactoid.
Thank you, Jordan, for the $5. And thank you also for the good luck. That will definitely be a I've been what am I looking into here? 10 scritches required now. True. I'm waiting for him to come back so that I can actually do it in front of you guys because I don't want to be bothering with that. That just feels mean. You are coming to the dark side. Well, I mean, here's the thing though, 123. I don't really understand your reluctance to want to use that term. If I choose not to use that term, then it's just going to be because it doesn't match the definition. The Nakba was not ethnic cleansing. The 150,000 or so expelled by varying direct or indirect means was not justified. Except Lod and Ramla were justified. Wait, what? You're saying that Lod and Ramley were justified? Wasn't Ramley like one of the most insane? Wasn't Lita and Ramley one of the most insane things? Or are you making a joke about how Lod and Ramley were garbage? It was yes, it was not 150K. It was 700,000. I think. Was that the number? Yeah, it was 700,000, I believe. The expulsion of Loda and Ramla were justified military. I would hope that he's trolling. I don't think there were 150K that were expelled. 700,000 were just, yeah, I'm actually wondering now if it is Sundowner, just because that just because that like because that Sundowner always likes to talk about how Lita and Ramle, or how Lita is a shithole, and he's so glad that he was ethnically cleansed, that his ancestors were ethnically cleansed from there, so he could go live in Jordan. I wonder if these Kremlin sources will load today. I'm just joking with Lita and Remley, but I'm not joking with the numbers. Were 150,000 actually forcefully expelled? I thought that number was lower, because I didn't, but I don't know. I'd have to go check that. I mean, I would argue that you could say that they were expelled, but that most of them were indirectly expelled, meaning that they chose to run away because it was a war. But in a lot of cases, the thing that motivated a lot of them to run away was because of stories about Deir Yassin. And that is like, yeah, that's like a different sort of thing, you know. But I mean, like, I would still qualify that as expulsion, in the sense that it's very possible those people wouldn't have left otherwise. Imagine being glad to live in Jordan. I mean, let's not say things about Sundowner here. Where is the I wanted to read Putin's 2021 essay on Ukraine. On the historic unity of Russians and Ukrainians. I asked ChatGPT to give me like text of Putin's speeches and writings. A useful scholarly reaction / annotation is from the Harvard. Oh, maybe this one will actually load. Because none of the fucking Kremlin shit was loading last night for me. It just sat here and like tried to load endlessly. It would time out, which made me wonder if maybe the Kremlin's power is out. $150K was the estimated by direct and indirect expulsion, including their Yassin, including Deir Yassin rumors. I don't. All right. I mean, if they were able to figure that out, then sure, I guess. I don't know if anyone was actually able to figure that out. That essay is so cursed. Although, to be honest with you, I don't really know why it matters so much about whether or not you call it expulsion or not. Because, like, you can say expulsion and you mean, like, an indirect, or you can say that they were expelled and you can mean they were expelled indirectly. Because, like, I think the fact that they were not allowed to come back after the war was over is a big part of it. And I think that matters in the grand scheme of things in terms of how you label it. Because a lot of them left thinking that they'd be able to return when it was over, regardless of whatever else they thought about who was going to win the war or whatever. Like, a lot of them were running away from a war and they figured that they'd be able to come back after. There's 350,000 fled before April, remember, and nearly 400 by Deir Yassin. Okay. I don't know if it was just Deir Yassin, but yeah. Correct, the return was a huge retroactive mistake to deny. I mean, I feel like, on the one hand, I understand like why they didn't let them back in, but on the other hand, like, it's kind of insane to just assume that every single one of those people would have like been an enemy, or that like they had like allegiance or whatever, or that they cared about anything other than just being able to go home. It's grown exponentially with the refugee problem. Well, yeah, but Fellrunner, the thing is that I don't care about that. Like, I don't think that those millions of people should be able to like return. because those people are the descendants of the people who were originally kicked out. And I don't believe in this notion that you just have infinite right of return to a place just because that your ancestors were from there. I think that's very silly. And like that just doesn't that's not an actionable reality in which we live. Yes, but they think that, and it's the background. Yeah, I know. And I think that that's part of the problem. That was done on purpose. That's the reason why these people are kept in perpetual refugeehood. All the Palestinian refugees who live in Lebanon, that well, also there, it's because of demographic concerns, because they don't want to let a whole bunch of Arabs into the country and make them citizens, because it'll fuck around with stuff with regards to like their weird ethnic split government. But there's just, that's the problem, right? All these Palestinian refugees in all these other Arab countries get treated like shit, and they don't get given citizenship, and it's all done on purpose, you know. And I think UNRWA also contributes to this as well too. Like even the fact that UNRWA continued to exist after the Palestinian Authority was established is pretty ridiculous. I would argue that all of like its responsibilities really should have been handed over to the PA. This is the AI image. Why is his face not like blurry like the other ones? And yes, it does. It's true. That's an AI watermark. Yeah. Yeah, it is. I think that's Gemini. This was a nice segment. Thanks. 1, 2, 3. I mean, I don't know if I'll actually. There's so much shit in my stream that could be made into a segment that I just don't, because I don't really have an eye for what could or couldn't be a segment. Jeff was just that photogenic. He was so photogenic that the camera felt the need to like not make him blurry, whereas everybody else was blurry. That's funny. There's a possible future in which Lebanon eventually starts assigning having a child tickets to be the ethnic balance. That would be fucking ridiculous. I saw that pic spammed. I thought it was supposed to be Alec Baldwin, Ella. Yeah, I know, right? It is actually kind of hard to tell. Jordan was promised to Sundowners' ancestors 3,000 years ago. True. So, contextualizing Putin's on the historical unity of Russians and Ukrainians. Russian President Vladimir Putin's recent essay, which was published on the Kremlin's website in Russian, English, and Ukrainian, elaborates on his frequently stated assertions that Ukrainians and Russians are one people. In what Anne Applebaum calls essentially a call to arms, Putin posits that Ukraine can only be sovereign in partnership with Russia, doesn't need the Donbass, and nullified its claim on Crimea with its declaration of independence from the Soviet Union, and has been weakened by the West's efforts to undermine the unity of the Slavs. Jesus Christ. Responses to the 5,000-word article have ranged from deep concern to near dismissal, with some likening its statements to its justification for war, and others pointing to its lack of novelty and suggesting that the primary audience is President Vladimir Zelensky, as he met with leaders in the West. Zelensky, for his part, offered his tongue-in-cheek response to Putin, that Putin must have a lot of time and a lot of extra time this on his hands. That's funny. Good one, Zelensky. The discussion inspired by the essay has exposed the questions such as, why is Russia so obsessed with Ukraine? Where do the facts diverge from myth? What is Putin's motivation for writing this document? That's a good question. Why is Russia so obsessed with Ukraine? The world cannot ignore Putin's Ukraine obsession. I mean, I think it's pretty obvious why he's upset, because, like, I mean, I am also just asking questions. Is Roger Waters working for the Mossad? That would actually be crazy if he was, by the way. That would kind of be an insane thing, Insomniac, if Roger Waters was working for Mossad. Oh Jesus! Also, fuck. Addie and Insomniac, if you guys are still here, last night I read like some of an article from 972 magazine on stream that talked about how apparently Israel is facilitating the deportation of American Palestinians or Palestinian Americans to the West Bank. Like, basically, like they're deporting people who have green cards or people who don't. A lot of these people have families in the United States, and they're basically like they're putting them on a private jet that's owned by this Israeli American billionaires in shackles, and they are sent, and then they're dropping them off in the West Bank. And apparently, this is being facilitated by Israel, which I thought was crazy. They're reverse ethnic cleansing. Yes. Someone tell Smooch. Yeah, I know, right? That was the first question that I asked. I was like, why in the fuck would like Israel be okay with this? I thought you guys wanted to have less Palestinians in the West Bank. I thought that that's what fucking Smotrich wanted. I don't understand. I literally believe this was a conspiracy to punish leftists, the Palestinians being deported. I don't know. Yeah, I know. It doesn't add up to me either. But because it's a rare thing too, right? I mean, but 972 magazine were like, they went on the ground and they interviewed a bunch of the people, and the person who initially saw the drop off, which was at a checkpoint in the West Bank. I mean, yeah, that's what I thought too. I was like, what the fuck? Has 972 lied before? I know that they're like a left-wing magazine. Who are even 972 magazine? You don't. No, 972 Mag's not a TikTok account. You don't know about 972 magazine? Yes, I know you would think that 972 is garbage. 1, 2, 3. This is the article. These are the same guys who published the story on the Where's Daddy program. Plus 972 magazine. This is them. 972 Mag. Independent journalism from Israel, Palestine. Lebanon about to charter 1,000 flights to the U.S. Yeah, Haaretz also reported on this. It's an article 123 that was published in 972 that expands on reporting from Haaretz about the United States deporting Palestinians to the West Bank in coordination with Israel, like Palestinians that are from America or that live in America. Many of whom have families in the United States. One of them missed the birth of his kid. He's married to an American woman. And like these people got like kidnapped essentially by ICE, spent months or even a year in an ICE detention facility. And then they got put on a private jet that's owned by an Israeli American billionaire and sent off. Apparently, these were done with hold on. This was at the they were apparently dropped off. Where is it? Like this just sounds like American shit. Well, yeah, I know. That's what I mean. It kind of made me wonder if maybe this was done because the Trump pressured Bibi or something, and he said take some of these things. Because we don't want to ethnically cleanse Palestinians. I mean, 1, 2, 3. I would argue that this government would very much like to would like all the Palestinians in the West Bank to leave. So you're telling me it's not a conspiracy anymore that ICE are in cahoots with the Israeli government? Yeah, some of them were detained a year ago. What happened a year ago that Trump would I don't think this is about leftist protesters necessarily. Okay, all this stuff about international law. Deportation followed an unusual request from Washington to Israel and were approved by Israel's Shin Bet security service. So it looks like this happened because that the United States asked Israel like to do it basically. But like, yeah, I agree. It does sound weird. I don't understand. It doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. I'm just like, why the fuck would Israel approve this? But you guys think ISIS controlled or no? Nobody thinks ISIS controlled or connected to Israel. 1, 2, 3. That's it. That was a joke. It's because that Hassan thinks that. Hassan Piker thinks that, and he continuously says it, and there's other people who say that. I mean, yeah. Where are the claims that Israel did? Oh yeah, the millionaire is a private citizen, but it looks like Haaretz reported that this was done by Israel Shin Bet. Also, I kind of doubt that like this could have been done without the Israeli government because the plane landed at Ben Gurion Airport, and then these people got put on a bus and transported to the West Bank, so they had to go through the checkpoints. Like what other countries do? What do other countries do when their people get deported? Has there been any updates on how the opening of Gaza, Egypt border went? It's gone fine. The number of people that have been let through has definitely been less than we would like, but there are no checkpoints to enter the West Bank. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot. Anybody can go in, but you can't go out. I don't know, but they're saying this was done. So wait, do you guys think that like this just wasn't done in conjunction with that, and that all this was just done by this private billionaire? I mean, that might be true. The private jet, it's owned by Michael Dazar. Or Michael Deezer. And it's run by his son Gil Deezer. He's like a good friend of Trump. And he's like a businessman. He's an Israeli American. He loves Trump. He has a U.S. nonprofit that funds the Israeli military, or he's a member of a nonprofit. The flights come as the Trump administration has ramped up efforts to deport large numbers of more than 10 million undocumented immigrants living in the United States. To this end, ICE chartered Desert's aircraft, which he previously described as my favorite toy, through Journey Aviation, a Florida-based company frequently contracted. Okay, so yeah. So they chartered his jet. Not gonna lie, I don't really see what Israel did wrong here. I mean, are you saying that like Israel didn't necessarily have anything? Do you think the government didn't really necessarily have anything to do with this, and that this was more like facilitated by the private billionaire? I mean, I think that these deportations were wrong, but just because I think it's terrible. Like they separated these people from their families, and it appeared that they were unjustly deported. There was no due process involved, and they had no and like it looks like they didn't do anything wrong. But yeah, I don't even see any claims that the government was involved. There was a claim that Shin Bet like cleared these people, and that this was all done due to a security request or whatever. The thing that's weird though is that like I said, I just think it's very strange that this is happening. Or that like people like Smotrich would be okay with this. In an email, Dazar stated that he was never privy to the names of those who travel aboard his jet, and when it is privately chartered by Journey, or the purpose for the flight. The only thing I'm notified about is the dates of use, he said. U.S. officials did not answer questions for comment. The United States does not recognize Palestine as a state. There are vast inconsistencies in how border officials categorize Palestinians' countries of origin and removal. Palestinians arriving in the United States have been variously identified as being from Israel, Egypt, Jordan, or any other Arab country they might have transited through, most of which, in particular Israel, have generally refused to accept them. As a result, Palestinians often languish in U.S. immigration detention centers longer than other immigrants. In the past, when immigration authorities failed to find a country to deport them to, Palestinians were released back into the United States, often with ankle monitors and requirements for regular check-ins with ICE. But as the Trump administration has sought to fulfill its promise of mass deportation, several Palestinians have been removed from the United States in recent months. I mean, it says in here that Haaretz is saying that this was approved through Shin Bet, but hold on. Here we go. U.S. supports 8 Palestinians to the West Bank using private jet. This is from Haaretz. United States supported 8 Palestinians without valid residency visas this week aboard a private jet. The 8 landed in Israel on Wednesday, and their identities are not known. Upon arrival, they were transferred by U.S. law enforcement officials to the Israel Prison Services Detainees Escort Unit, which transported them in a vehicle carrying a representative of Israel's foreign ministry to a checkpoint near the West Bank settlement of Modi'in Illit. There, the Palestinians were handed over to a representative of the civil administration and released into the West Bank. So this is what is being claimed. I didn't expect to see that people were mad at allowing Palestinians back, mad at Israel. I mean, I think it's more to do with the fact that, honestly, I'm not necessarily mad at Israel for this. I'm mad at America for doing it, because that's where this started. Like, America is the originator of this shit. I think we mean Israel didn't deport them, so what did Israel do wrong? Allowing Palestinians back into... Yeah, I guess people are mad at Israel for even accepting them to begin with, and maybe if they had said no, then it could have just been like, hey, let's then it would have meant that America wouldn't have necessarily had any place to send them. They're mad at forcing someone to go to another country. Yeah. They're mad at facilitating deportations. Also, how do we know they won't be exiled to Jordan or Egypt? I mean, yeah, that's possible. Although I feel like Jordan or Egypt would have to take them, right? And I don't know if they have. But no, these people have family in the West Bank. It looks like they've just gone back to their families in the West Bank. Because that's where they were interviewed by the 972 people. Then they get to spend time in a really messed up prison. Yeah, if they're in Jordan or Egypt, true. But yeah, I have no idea. But I don't think that that's like what Israel is doing with them. Anyway, I'm sure that Smotrich would probably not be happy about this, which is honestly kind of funny to think about. But obviously, like I said, like I blame the United States. Like, I do think that it's probably better that for them to accept them, I guess, because that otherwise they might have ended up in like fucking like Uganda or Libya or some shit, or wherever Trump might have been able to like get them to drop off. No, meaning if the countries don't accept the deportations, they get put in ICE holding, which is probably worse. That also might be true, although at least if they get put in ICE holding, there's a chance that they might be able to get out before they get kicked out of the country and are unable to return. Especially in this case, because the United States has banned entry of anybody who has like Palestinian passports. If Israel said no, they could have ended up in Sika. Yeah, maybe. Like I said, I don't think that the blame falls on Israel. Like I think the blame mainly falls on the United States for all this weird, stupid deportation. Oh, thank you for the sub. Oh yeah, I'm sure some people would have been more mad if Israel had refused Insomniac if it came out, like the left. But I mean, the left are brain broken, and they just would have been like, oh my god, it's America or it's Israel's fault. You know, they just would have found a way to like blame Israel. The left are mad at Israel for this, or actually not just the left. There would have been other people. You're right. A security source added that the request was approved by the Shin Bet Security Service after it was determined that the deportees had no security background. Okay. Oh, hey. Shin Bet urges mayors to help prevent recruitment of young Israelis for Iranian espionage. It's that thing that you guys have always been talking about. Normies are super brain broken on Israel and Jews too. The big fella is from Loner Cord, based. Israel wants people to stay in prisons, would be title of news. YouTube won't let me say Israel, but you just did say Israel. What do you mean? Israel refused the right of return. Jesus Christ. Well, this is from last year, but I thought that was funny. Yeah, the Iranians are being kind of crazy. I'm trying to make a based joke. Normies don't think about it. I mean, probably not. I guess it really depends. Normies probably don't think about Israel that much, depending upon what circles they run in. Anyway. I can't get the fucking Kremlin thingy to load. I just want to read Putin's terrible article. Save me, Internet Archive. Web. Okay, no, fuck. How do you... Wayback Machine? Okay, yes, there it is. That's what I want. Surely this was archived. Well, thank you. Hell yeah. Linda, it's in Discord. What's in Discord? Oh, the Putin's thing. I feel like people should be tagging Doobie in these absolutely hilarious Epstein private jet things. Like these things that you guys are making. I feel like you should be tagging him in there because it's fucking funny. Stream suggestions. Oh no, I understand, Short Stack, that you put this in stream suggestions, but the problem is that the Kremlin page will not load for me. It times out. That's the issue. It kind of looks like the second Trump shooter. Oh yeah, it kind of does. This, by the way, is the second Trump shooter, everybody. The guy in that AI picture. Okay, Kalinda, you earlier mentioned NFKRZ. I recommend 1420 channel. They made Brave Street polls on the streets of Russian cities. First days of the war might be interesting for you. Oh yeah. I know about 1420. I've seen some of their stuff where they talk to Russians on the streets. It's obviously very hard to like figure out what Russians think, but yeah, I think that that's interesting. VPN into Europe. Wait, is that what's happening? Is that why this won't load? Because I'm not on a VPN? Hold on. Um, should I connect to, oh, I don't think Nord even has any in Russia. Do they have any in Ukraine? Actually, that wouldn't be a good idea. You know what? Fine. We'll just go with the UK. I've connected to a UK server. Does it load for, it's loading for you, Short Stat Goblin? Russia has specifically blacklisted you, Kalinda. That's why you need a VPN. It's not loading for me on the UK VPN server either. RU domains are blocked in Ukraine. Right, of course. That makes sense. You guys are at war with them after all. During the recent direct line, when I was asked about Russian-Ukrainian relations, I said that Russians and Ukrainians were one people, a single whole. These words were not driven by some short-term considerations or prompted by the current political context. It is what I have said on numerous occasions and what I firmly believe. I therefore feel it is necessary to explain my position in detail and share my assessments of today's situation. So this is from 2021. So the war in the Donbass is raging right now. It's currently a thing. Oh yes, Trump and Finkelstein are both comparing people to apes. True, that's the thing they both like doing. First of all, I would like to emphasize that the wall that has emerged in recent years between Russia and Ukraine, between parts of what is essentially the same historical and spiritual space, to my mind, is our great common misfortune and tragedy. These are, first and foremost, the consequences of our own mistakes made at different periods of time. But these are also the result of deliberate efforts by those forces that have always sought to undermine our unity. The formula they apply has been known from time immemorial: divide and rule. There is nothing new here, hence the attempts to play on the national question and sow discord among people. Overarching goal being to divide and then to pit the parts of a single people against one another. See, why would he be saying all this shit if he was just mad about NATO expansion? Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting, guys? If NATO expansion was his primary reason for the invasion, why would he be saying any of this shit? They are one people, but biolabs, something target Russians specifically, make sense. Yeah, I know, right? That is so stupid. I mean, I feel like Russian propaganda is just very dumb and very, very bad. Like, I don't know. They just don't. But honestly, like their go-to is to just say that just say they're crisis actors. When it comes to yeah, it does work. NATO expansion also expands territory. Yeah. More like Russo expansion. We must secure the Ruski Mir. Russian propaganda isn't supposed to make sense, just to confuse. Yeah, clearly. I mean, like, obviously, also too, it's very important to remember that the kind of rhetoric that Russians are seeing, and the kind of the kind of shit that Russians get fed every night on their nightly news is different than whatever the hell it is that like the Kremlin is saying to the West, whatever Putin is saying to the West. The messages are different, you know. Like, even like, I think I said this yesterday or before, when Lvova Belova goes on like when she does one interview with the Western press, oh, thank you, except DM, thanks, buddy. Yes, I will accept your friend request. Oh, you just sent it to me in Google Docs? Well, that just makes my life easier. Thanks a lot. I'm actually, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna save this as a PDF because I'm probably gonna put it on my Kindle and read it there. I don't know if I'm gonna read this whole thing today, but yeah. Thank you for this though. Uh do we get a cat break soon? It should be illegal to have a name that rhymes. Lvova Belova is like evil version of Amelia Bedelia. Yeah, she is. She's really, really evil. Like it I just she's got this like I guess this sort of evil stepmother vibe, which I mean she basically is an evil stepmother to all these children. Um but yeah, like she'll just openly talk about like breaking like essentially brainwashing these kids to love Russia. Like she doesn't use the word brainwash, but the fact that she talks about how the kids like cried at first and how they were traumatized and all this shit and then like eventually they learned to love Russia. Like she's basically admitting that she like to engaging in a type of child abuse. Um and then but when she talks to Western media, she says none of this. And instead she just talks about, you know, how much she like cares about these kids and stuff. And then she makes up a bunch of lies about how like they're not being told that they can't like speak Russian or whatever. Um Oh no. Here we go. To have a better understanding of the present and look into the future, we need to turn to history. Oh boy. Putin really it's time, guys. Meet frequent r/history poster V Putin 995. Oh no, I'm sorry. Peter the Great 59. That would be his Reddit username. Or Russia is awesome 666 or something. I don't know. Based USSR 59. But yes, it's time. Putin is he's turning into a Redditor. By the way, Americans joking that Canadians are basically Americans, and you would make a nice addition to the USA. Makes my skin crawl. Yeah, I know. There's so much, or shit like Trump saying, you know, it's just a line, like our country's borders are just lines on maps or whatever, you know, like it's silly. Yeah, it's just stupid. Yushenka Badonkadonk. That could also have been his username. Certainly it is impossible to cover in this article all the developments that have taken place over more than 1,000 years, but I will focus on the key pivotal moments that are important for us to remember, both in Russia and Ukraine. Russians, Ukrainians, and Belarusians are all descendants of ancient Rus, which was the largest state in Europe. Slavic and other tribes across the vast territory from Ladoja, Novgorod, and Pskov to Kiev and Chernigov. I'm surprised that he spelled. Oh wait, no, he didn't. He spelled it wrong. He spelled Kiev the Russian way because, of course, he fucking did. We're bound together by one language, which we now refer to as Old Russian. Were they? Is that even true? This is gonna be interesting because I'm gonna have to look all of this shit up. Because like. Old East Slavic. They no longer call it Kievan Rus. It's ancient Rus. I see. Old East Slavic, traditionally also Old Russian, was a language or a group of dialects used by the East Slavs from the 7th and 8th century to the 13th or 14th century until it diverged into Russian and Ruthenian languages. Ruthenian eventually evolved into Belarusian, Russian, and Ukrainian languages. Okay, so these languages all have a. Okay, so today's Russian, Belarusian, and Russian, all of these. All right, so basically what we're saying is that Ukrainian and Russian languages have a common ancestor. Okay. They all started all those languages came from this language, which by the way really doesn't mean much of anything. But okay, Mr. Putin, whatever you say, buddy. Canadians are just Americans that made a mistake in 1770s. They no longer call it Kmart, it's just ancient roots. Yeah. Okay. Okay, Mr. Putin. Sure thing, buddy. The spiritual choice. Oh yeah. Of course, they still refer to it as Old Russian, but it's actually called Old East Slavic. They shared economic ties, the rule of the princes of the Rurik dynasty, and after the baptism of Rus, the Orthodox faith, the spiritual choice made by Saint Vladimir, who was both Prince of Novgorod and Grand Prince of Kiev, still largely determines our affinity today. The throne of Kiev held a dominant position in ancient Rus. This had been the custom since the late 9th century. The Tale of Bygone Years captured for posterity the words of Oleg, the prophet about Kiev. Let it be the mother of all Russian cities. Oh yeah, okay, so Putin Jesus Christ. This is so much dumb shit to go all the way back in time to say, hey, this means that Ukraine is ours, and that Ukraine and Russia are one, Ukrainians and Russians are one people, and by that he means that Ukrainians and Russians are actually all just Russians, which is essentially what he's hinting at here, because all of this hints back to Kyiv being a Russian city. Yeah, it's very dumb. Later, like all European states at the time, ancient Rus faced a decline of central rule and fragmentation. At the same time, both the nobility and the common people perceived Rus as a common territory, as their homeland. Yeah, Oleg the Prophet is more correct translated than Oleg the Wise, by the way. I see. Okay. Fragmentation intensified after Batu Khan's devastating invasion, which ravaged many cities, including Kyiv. The northeastern part of Rus fell under the control of the Golden Horde, but retained limited sovereignty. You know what? You know what all this reminds me of? You know what this fucking reminds me of? Wait, what the fuck? It reminds me of this motherfucker and his crazy obsession with uniting all the Serbs. Reminds me of this dude. This fucking guy. Who was a fucking crazy Machiavellian level political manipulator. And as a result of all his crazy machinations, well, at least partly as a result of his crazy machinations. I don't want to give him full credit. Yeah. But yeah, he wanted to unite all the Serbs together. It's like the same shit. Why are all these people like this, man? Nationalist revisionist history is cancer. Yeah, basically. The dumbest part is that he is making the argument for Russia belongs to Ukraine, not the other way around. Well, yeah, I know, right? You would think that because Kyiv had such an important place in the early history of both of these groups of people, why the fuck isn't it all just Ukraine? Kyiv princes were ruling in Moscow, but oh well. Yeah, like, how come it doesn't all belong to Ukraine then? That is very funny. It's kind of an entertaining sort of thing. Make Russia small again. True. Um, I feel like I'm gonna need to I need to know way more about this before I dive into this. So I am actually probably gonna have to. I'm either gonna watch like a video on it. I just need something where I can get the general gist because this is a lot of history. And I don't know if Lactoid even cares about any of this. They hijacked Ruthenia. It sounds similar, Rus and Russia, so it was Russia. Oh yeah.
Very important link in stream suggestions. Black
Well, thanks,
cat
said
emoji.
JM. Russia is an empire created by the Muscovite entity to hold the rest of the Slavic people down at the tip of a bayonet. True and based. Excellent, excellent summary. Oh. Oh, you guys want, okay, hold on. Okay. They are just bigger cats.
Sweetie. I love you. I love you. Oh.
Hi!
What? What is it? I'm sorry.
These are so cute.
One down, 3 more to go. And Bati. Boop. Good morning. Sahara. You just had to bother everyone.
That is adorable. Thank you. Did you hear about the famous Manuel cat who became a good Russian recently? No, I didn't. Oh. Thanks, Epic.
We were in Russia in 88, 89. Anything that was sold at the markets that came from somewhere else, they would mark it importnaya, means imported. And I remember thinking, this is really weird, because normally you would say it's, I don't know, Hungarian this and that or whatever. And I thought, ooh, this means that anything from somewhere else is better than what we got. That it's a really bad sign. And they had like a, what I would call a donut empire. Normally when you think of an empire, Mother Central is the most developed part, and then there's the periphery where all the natural resources are taken away. It was an inverted empire. Russia is the donut. The rich places are places like Czechoslovakia. The Russians are sucking in all the wealth from these places, and I think that's another reason why the shattering of the Soviet Union, when they lost all of their enserfed Eastern Europe, why it was such a mess for Russia. They did not realize, and they still don't realize, the degree to which they were living off the wealth produced in the European portions of Russia that since became independent. We were in Russia.
God damn. Wasn't their capital Novgorod for like 400 years? I'll have to read about Kiev, but yeah, it is very funny. I have not seen Luna the Panther, but if Bush Shorts interest you, it comes from this lecture. A lot of the lecture is going to have interesting history about Russia and Ukraine. Well, thank God the compiling shit is over with. This is 2 hours. I might need to. Okay, I will watch this, but probably not on stream because that's a lot to watch on stream. But yeah, I do want to read more about if anybody has like I guess any good videos that one could have or that one might watch that are like I guess based on history books or whatever. I might also watch Sarcasmatron's Putin series just because, but I'm kind of like getting the general gist of this. Mainly what I wanted from this is I want to read over stuff that Putin has to say so that I can like look at his quotes or so that I can maybe pull out quotes and use them in my opening statement or something. But I do want to be familiar with this too, just so that I understand like where it is that he's coming from. Because it seems like this, and the fact that he thinks that the loss of the Cold War was devastating for Russia. So where does he first say this? The Munich Security Conference speech. Open break with the post-Cold War order, attacks on a unipolar world, implied blame on NATO expansion logic, annual foreign address, Russia at the turn of the millennium. Oh no, he says it later. Crimea annexation address. Where's where he says the thing? I know that it's in here. It definitely linked it. Oh yeah, there it is. I'm just blind. Annual address to the Federal Assembly. Famous line is here. The USSR's collapse as the major geopolitical catastrophe slash disaster of the century, often paraphrased as tragedy. And then, of course, this links to Kremlin.ru. But I mean, you know what? Whatever. That's maybe read the Putin statement Sarcasmatron cited if you don't want to watch the vids. Oh yeah, I can definitely do that. Sarcasmatron's video on the NATO expansion myth is really good. Okay. France could claim Britain on that ancient claims. Oh yeah, they probably could actually, because wasn't it like people from France who came over to Britain or something? Like, I mean, yeah, I don't know. Like, people moved around a whole bunch, and borders of countries moved around as peoples took shape and whatever. It's very silly to go all the way back there just so that you can make some dumb claim about how it's all like one thing. But yeah, like I said, it legit reminds me of I want to unite all the Slavs. It fucking reminds me of Mr. Milosevic and his I want to unite all the Serbs shit. It's like the same garbage, really. Like fucking nationalist history rewriting crap. The term Old East Slavic is used in reference to the modern family of East Slavic languages. However, it is not universally applied. The language is also traditionally known as Old Russian. However, that term may be viewed as anachronistic because the initial stages of the language, which it denotes, predate the dialectical divisions, marking the nascent distinction between modern East Slavic languages. Therefore, a number of authors have proposed using Old East Slavic or Common East Slavic as a more appropriate term. Old Russian is also used to describe written language in Russia in the 18th century. When modern Russian, when it became modern Russian, though the early stages of the language is often called Old East Slavic instead, the period after the common language of the East Slavs is sometimes distinguished from Middle Russian or Great Russian. Yeah, like it looks like it's weird because it appears that Russian as an identity or as like a nationality or whatever didn't even exist at the point when people were speaking this language. So it's kind of weird to just call it Old Russian because it doesn't even look like Russia was a thing that like actually existed, and neither was Ukrainians or like Belarusians or any of these other like groups that probably emerged later on. I would suspect that these people saw themselves as something else. Maybe read the Putin statements. Yeah, okay, from Sarcasmatron. It is the same garbage in more ways than one. Russia has seen itself as the protector and uniter of Slavic peoples for 2 centuries. I don't know much. I don't know how much you learned about the start of World War I, but do you know why Germany and Russia went to war? Russia saw Serbia as inherently in the Slavic sphere, which is inherently part of Moscow's sphere. Austria-Hungary invaded Serbia, threatening Russia's ability to expand into Serbia in the future. That's why Russia put the foot down and said they would go to war to defend Serbia, because they saw them as part of Slavic and thus Russian people. And they did not want to allow Austria-Hungary to gain influence over a Slavic people. Germany was allies with Austria-Hungary, so that's why they went to war with Russia. Yeah, I mean, I know that World War I was started because of the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand II, the Austrian Archduke, by a Serb nationalist, I think, who was a member of the Black Hand, which was a Serbian terrorist group, and his name was Gavrilo Princip. And that happened in like 2014, and then that, or 1914, and then that triggered a bunch of shit because that basically, I think that it was like Austria-Hungary sent Serbia an ultimatum because they were mad about what happened. And Serbia rejected that ultimatum, so Austria-Hungary declared war, and then that meant that Germany had to declare war on Serbia because they were in alliance with Austria-Hungary, and I don't remember exactly like how the chain of dominoes fell, because I know that then at some point Belgium got brought into the war because Germany attacked them, and that was what brought Britain into the war. Oh yeah, Russia was allied to France. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, because Russia was on the side of the Allies. That's why they were so fucking mad when the Russian Revolution happened in 2017, and Russia pulled out of the war, and that's why they supported the Russian Civil War after. Disturbed nationalist executing the heir to the executing the heir to the Austro-Hungarian throne is certainly why Austria-Hungary was poised to invade Serbia, but it only became World War I when Russia got involved. Okay. Did Russia not get involved because they had an alliance with Serbia? The British got involved because in Germany, as the attack of France, they crossed through neutral Belgium, which was under British protection. Yeah. The point I'm making is World War I as a world war ultimately comes down to Russia's decision to defend Serbia. Russia, no, not 2017, in 1917. Jesus, I'm sorry. I wish they had a revolution in 2017. That would have been beast. Because then Putin would have been gone. Otherwise, it would have been a regular war between Austria-Hungary and Serbia without the involvement of any other European power. Wait, didn't Russia have an alliance with Serbia, or did they just jump in to defend them because that they were a country with Slavic people, and they didn't want Austria to have any like sway over them? It sounds like that's what it was. And then because that Russia got involved, this prompted others to get involved, because I know that like a whole bunch of the thing about World War I was like the weird entangling alliance shit, where it was like, I have an alliance with you, so if anyone attacks you, I'm obligated to declare war on them. And yeah. Russia is younger than France, England, and Spain. It's a fairly new country. Serbia had an alliance with France and Russia. Ah, okay. Okay, well, so there's that. I mean, so yeah, Russia as a country didn't exist. Russia did have a partnership with Serbia, but that's the point. That alliance stems from this Russian view that all Slavic peoples fell under their protection. Yeah, okay. I think other people were maybe saying not to describe, but yeah, I understand. They viewed it as that or whatever. Even if their idea of protection was treating a lot of these countries like shit. and basically ruling over them and subjugating them. But you know, that's like yeah, France could claim Britain. Okay. They effectively saw Serbia as a colony back then. Of course they fucking did. Of course they did. Ivan the Terrible was the one who established the Russian state. Somebody in here was saying stuff about Serbia before, or about Peter the Great. Grand Prince of Moscow and all of Russia from 1533, and the first Tsar and Grand Prince of all Russia from 1547 until his death in 15. Ivan's reign was characterized by Russia's transformation from a medieval stage to a fledgling empire, but at an immense cost to its people and in its long-term economy. Title of the Russian monarch from 1547 to 1721. The state was a tsardom, the tsardom of Russia. Grand Prince of Moscow, 1389. Okay. Yeah, like, I don't know. This is why this is all dumb. It's all stupid. It's so fucking dumb. Like, the development of states. I just remembered I thought it was Peter. Peter the Great was a boat enjoyer. Of course he was. Any Balkaners here? That's a great question. Are there any people from the Balkans here? Because I've been enjoying studying your history. Mainly the stuff about Yugoslavia. Or the breakup of Yugoslavia, rather. But, I mean, ugh. Russian President Vladimir Putin has finally published his hotly anticipated essay on the historical unity of Russians and Ukrainians, and it did not disappoint. This 500-word epic doesn't contain anything entirely new, but it does serve as an important official record of the many myths and conspiracy theories that have long fueled Putin's obsession with Ukraine. It makes clear that he views his ongoing campaign of aggression against Ukraine as both a historical mission and a noble cause. Far from seeking to promote understanding and reconciliation between the two nations, the Russian leader's article leads like a justification for an even larger war. Throughout his rambling essay, Putin issues a number of thinly veiled threats and repeatedly demonstrates his contempt for Ukrainian statehood. Independent Ukraine, he declares, is entirely the brainchild of the Soviet era and was to a large extent created at the expense of historical Russian lands. He argued, okay, so this is the line that often comes up, which is basically that Ukraine was never a real place, was never independent of Russia. I've heard this before too. I remember reading it, it was nothing new. They were talking about it for years. He was obsessed with Russia having a modern European navy. That's why he moved the capital to St. Petersburg during his reign. He believed in doing so, he would create a new shipbuilding industry. For a very short period of time, Russia had a modern navy while he was in charge. Oh, okay. So Peter the Great was the reason why Russia got some. And what and then did they just stop giving a fuck after he died? Wait, what did Alex say? I think it's just wrong to think that Russian expansion is based on Slavic territories. Russia has conquered so many lands full of other completely different ethnic peoples. Oh yeah, no, I'm aware of that, Alex. I'm just saying that's just one excuse. Like, it sounds like what's being said is that that's one excuse that they use. Obviously, they did conquer other areas. But Slavic, or like, I guess, particularly Slavic Russians, it seems like those were the people that they valued above other groups of people. Because that they, like, Like, they conquered Chechnya, and there weren't Slavs living there as far as I'm aware. And that was a land that they fought to keep control of for quite a while. Like, the Chechens fought back when they came in there, which of course resulted in the genocide. Yeah. I know that your reply was mainly for Epic or Tear Gas. The only point, Russia maintained a large naval presence until 1905, when the entire Russian fleet was annihilated by the Japanese Empire at the Battle of Tsushima. That battle caused a revolution in Russia. Oh, that was the first Russian Revolution. That's right. The one where the Tsar was still in charge, but the Duma was like a big thing. I heard Russians say that all Slavs are Russian. I mean, that's that they probably think that. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. The only point after 1905 Russia would be a great power on the high seas would be during the 1980s, right before the Soviet Union collapse, when it was trying to compete with the US Navy. And the amount of funding directed towards the Soviet Navy in the 1980s is one of the contributing factors of the collapse of the Soviet economy. Welp. Oh yeah, the Russo-Japanese War. Yeah, I know that's like a big one that nobody really talks that much about. Is that the war that you guys are referring to? I feel like people forget that one. Serbs think Croats are just coastal Serbs. Wait, do they really? I thought Serbs hated Croats, you know, on account of the fact that that Croats kind of genocided them during World War II, and therefore they were afraid of them. I'll talk about the Russo-Japanese War nonstop at the War Call. Yeah, of course you guys do, because it was important. In the Pacific were the two biggest areas of study there. Yeah, I would imagine. In Russia, they don't. Wait, what do you mean, Wasserman? What about in Russia? Oh, in Russia, they don't talk about the Japanese war. Of course they don't. That's probably like very embarrassing to think about the fact that they got their asses kicked so hard by Japan. Listening to Epic talk about other countries must be how he feels when he hears other people speculating about America. I mean, he mostly seems to talk about history, but I don't know. Like, is he wrong about Putin, guys? I don't know if I've ever heard anything. Although I do have to say, Epic, I tried to find information about that story about Putin crying in his office when the Soviet Union fell, and I couldn't find anything about it, or at least nothing that came from a solid source. It seems like that's like one of those things that people say. But I couldn't find a solid source on that claim. Although obviously he was very fucking upset about it. Whether or not he cried is a different matter, but he was pretty mad. Chechnya is an interesting read. Russia basically massacred tens of thousands of people because Yeltsin wanted to win the 1996 elections. Oh, I wasn't even thinking about like the modern Chechen wars. I was talking about what Russia did to Chechnya before that, and why. Like I asked the question, why the fuck did Chechnya want to leave Russia so bad when the Soviet Union broke up? And then I looked it up, and the answer was, well, because Russia treated them like absolute dog shit throughout like the entirety of the time when they were ruled, and they fucking genocided them. And then later on in World War II, they ethnically cleansed them. Which, I mean, you may as well, like, I don't know if they necessarily genocided them on purpose, but could be apocryphal. Yeah, it could be, yeah. I believe Putin himself has talked about crying that night, but I'll have to find that specific statement. Okay. Mind you, I asked the Clanker to find it, and I used extended thinking, but maybe it was only looking at English sources, and maybe that's why I couldn't find anything. But I mean, it took a while, and it searched for it through a shitload of things. Gork, is it Israel? Tolstoy was writing about the. Oh. R.I.P. Zelenogorsk, father of 35 mammals, gone at age 16. Mammals actually live 6 to 8 years in the wild, a titan among animals. Oh my god, look at this thing.
Life could be a dream. Life could be a dream. Do, 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 shaboom. Life could be a dream. If I could take you up in paradise up above. If you would tell me I'm the only one.
Oh, these are
Life could be a dream.
I've seen these before. What kind of cats are these? Oh, these are palace cats.
Hello, hello again. Shaboom and open, we'll meet again. Boom, ding dong, ding dong, a lang, a lang, a lang. Oh, whoa, whoa, dip, a bib, a rob, a dip. Oh, life could be a dream. If only all my precious plans would come true. If you would let me spend my whole life loving you, life could be a dream, sweetheart. Life could be a dream.
Yes. Snow kitties. They're so cute. Aw. They are incredibly adorable. Absolutely very, very sweet. They grump, true. Okay. They grow like twice their size in winter. Kuraganda. It's all for, oh yeah, of course, because they need to, to stay warm. That's so cute, though. Thank you for that. Okay. He argues the length of today's Ukraine is little more than a Western project designed to undermine Russia and likens Ukraine's post-Soviet nation-building efforts to weapons of mass destruction. Putin's most ominous comments are reserved for the few final paragraphs. I am convinced that true Ukrainian sovereignty is only possible in partner with Russia, he notes. After all, we are one people. Stream suggestions? Hold on. Have you researched the Dugan guy? I mean, I know a little bit about Dugan. Yeah, Chase, I know that you sent a video and stream suggestions. This is for the Battle of Tsushima. Casualties and losses. Oh, this is so. These are the Japanese losses. These are the Russian losses. Damn. 2 coastal battleships, 1 destroyer captured. Rip. I mean, like, yeah, I'm familiar with Alexander Dugin, and I understand that he's a thing, but I feel like just knowing about Putin is enough. My understanding is that Dugin's main thing, the main thing that he was pushing for was like ways in which to undermine the West, which involved stuff like fomenting civil war in the United, or trying to foment race war in the United States and stuff with like various forms of interference. Although obviously Dugin is also like a Russian chauvinist as well. Yeah, Dugin probably isn't that important. I don't know if he actually has even met with Putin, or how much like the things that he has said necessarily has influenced Putin. Obviously, a lot of the stuff that he said is stuff that Putin has done already. Um, but like he's another ideologue, right? His daughter would go on Russian TV and say insane shit about Ukrainians before she was killed in a car explosion that was meant to kill him. Which, by the way, rip Bozo. Like, although that's a little bit different because she's not like a military target. But you know what? I can just say that I'm not. I'm not sorry. I don't care that she died. Because she was a terrible person. Much like if they'd gotten Dugin, I wouldn't feel bad about it either. I'll watch the Flupa video in a bit, Chase. People think Dugin invented Russian active measures or something, but he didn't. Yeah, I wouldn't think that he did. I mean, Dugin has barely come up in any of my research, so greater international awareness of the reasons behind Putin's Ukraine obsession would certainly be helpful. Despite more than 7 years of Russian aggression against Ukraine, many outside observers still struggle to grasp the true nature of the conflict and fail to understand why the Kremlin strongman is prepared to pay such a disproportionately high price to prevent the loss of Ukraine. Okay. All right. Yeah. Thanks, Atlantic Council. I'll probably like have this later, although this is, and obviously I'm going to keep reading this. There was something else that I wanted to check. During his, during Lactoid's debate with Loner and Co., he claimed that the statement that the separatists in the Donbass were not were actually like Russian troops, or that a bunch of them are Russian troops, is a claim that people only started making after the 2022 invasion, and that apparently nobody was saying this beforehand. So I find that very hard to believe. Proletarian Wiki should have good insights on Dugin. Oh, Jesus Christ. Absolutely not. I will not be visiting Prol Wiki today. We will go down that rabbit hole. Prol Wiki shall be visited on Tuesday for Tanky Tuesday. That's when I will go there. Do not ADHD. Vladislav Surkov is highly important for Putin's image and control. Alexander Dugin is influential in the Russian doctrine of hybrid warfare, specifically in the subversion methods and theories for the US. Did Prigozhin know him, I wonder? Because I know that Prigozhin ran the Internet Research Agency. That was like his thing. Although I don't know the extent to which that he that was like that was all his idea or whatever, but yeah, I know that was a thing that he did. I don't know if they knew each other, but Foundations on Geopolitics is mandatory reading at the Moscow Military Academics. Yes, comparing Dugin Surkov has much more Western-friendly persona that fooled many. Oh, okay. So that's just something. It's a book that people read at Russian military academies. Okay. War in Donbass. All right. This article may be too long, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Russian-backed fighters initiated the uprising against the Ukrainians. Blah, blah, blah. Armies of Russia's war in Ukraine. This is from 2019. Infiltration, introduction, invasion, Russia's war in Donbass. So this is from before 2022, or this is from 2021. Russo-Ukraine War, Return to History. Serhiy Pilecki. Oh yeah, I should read this guy's book. This is from 2023. This is a book that I might actually want to read because I imagine that he's probably going to talk about a whole bunch of stuff in here that I think would be really interesting. And this might be an easier read than like reading his Ukraine, the Gates of History, although I probably will read that eventually, but yeah. Imperial collapse, democracies and autocracy, nuclear implosion. Although maybe not, because I don't know how far back this is going to go. I like Ploki, but yeah. Silicon Curtain has a few great videos on Surkov. Okay. March 2014, following Ukraine's Revolution of Dignity, Russia occupied Crimea. Okay. On April 12th, a commando unit led by Russian citizen Igor Girkin seized Sloviansk and other settlements in the Donbass. Separatists declared the Donetsk and Luhansk republics as independent states. Obviously, okay, so this is from 2023. Oh, this is from his book. Russia covertly supported them with troops and weaponry. It only admitted sending military specialists, but later acknowledged separatists as Russian combat veterans. State Duma passes law giving Wagner mercenaries combat veteran status. Like, if these guys were with Wagner, like, I don't believe that they weren't just fucking Russian citizens. Okay, this is from 2016. Military specialists. From 2015, Vladimir Putin admits Russian troops were in Ukraine. So, shock of shocks, everybody. Lactoid's a fucking liar. And yes, people were saying that Russians in the Donbass were Russian citizens and Russian troops before fucking 2022. I don't know why he wouldn't just admit that. It was so weird, like, watching him refuse to admit that, yes, Russia was sending troops. One of the questions that I have is, to what extent were they sending troops? How many of these separatists were actually just Russian citizens who went over there to participate? Because I feel like it says a great deal about the fact that Igor Girkin was the one who was leading the attack on Sloviansk when like the conflict began. And so he was the one who started it. And he's a Russian citizen. And he was involved in Crimea. They just bought uniforms and ammunition. They just brought uniforms and yeah, they just bought, yeah, I know, right? Like, but this is something I'm probably gonna, I'm curious about, or like I might want to like dig into or whatever. Although I don't know, I feel like probably most of my debate with Lactoid is probably going to focus on debunking the narratives that he is spreading about like the two Ukraines and combating this ridiculous notion that Crimea had a right to just leave Ukraine because they felt unrepresented, if they even did. And then also combating the insane notion that the Donbass had a right to just leave because they felt unrepresented, even though they didn't, because that's not fucking true. Minnie and Gherkin's squad were from Crimea, if I remember correctly. Oh, yeah, because that's where he started. That may also be true. I'll have to look that up as well. Because Girkin was first doing stuff in Crimea. Because it was him and his dudes that were holding the parliament at gunpoint, forcing them to dissolve the government, which he later admitted, even though he lied about it, like, even though, like, this wasn't something that was known right away. Russian officials were laughing in the face of reporters saying that anyone can get uniform. There's not two Ukraines. There's three Ukraines. Oh, you mean like West Ukraine, East Ukraine, and Crimea? Well, of course there are Russians. I don't know why people still pretend like this. Like, this is a contentious question. How do we think they learned Russian small unit tactics or Russian radio procedures or how to operate Russian surface to air batteries? Oh, well, yeah, I know that was a joke only, P, but that's what I figured. Well, yeah, I know, right? I mean, like, they could have learned that if they were taught that by Russian military specialists, and I'm sure, like, some of them were, but it seems like right now the impression that I have. So my question is basically, how many people who were fighting for Donetsk and Luhansk were actually Ukrainians who wanted to separate and join Russia, and how many of them were just Russian citizens who came over and joined these groups? Because I think this is an interesting question to ask. Like, if they were just like, because like it seems like Russia is fond of doing this thing, that like Russia seems fond of doing this thing where they will send in like mercenaries like Wagner and like they are actually ordering them, but then they can pretend that they're not actually theirs and that they're just people doing shit there. You know, like Igor Girkin, for example. They can pretend that he was totally not basically being employed by the Kremlin, even though I think it's probably fair to assume that he was, given that he had these ties to this Russian oligarch who was close with the Kremlin. As far as I'm aware, the Ukrainian military knew from day one that they were fighting Russians, and of course that's going to be obvious. You can't just learn that. That doesn't work that way. Do you know how long it takes to train people to operate surface-to-air missile system? Oh, okay, you're right. Fair enough. I mean, honestly, if that's the case, then like, yeah, fuck that. Is the impression that you or others having this conversation that this is something you can just teach to militiamen in a weekend? I'm genuinely just trying to gauge where the average person falls. I mean, I don't know shit about this, so it's useful to be told that because I've learned an awful lot of stuff from you. By the way, I have a feeling that that's probably Lactoid's impression, and that's probably the impression of the average person that like or that the average person that swallows Russian propaganda probably thinks that, oh yeah, Putin sent some advisors in there and they taught all the separatists how to use all this shit. But if they were just learning, but if they were all using like all sorts of Russian weapons and equipment and stuff, then yeah, no, I can believe you, especially given what has also been said about how difficult it has been for the Ukrainians to learn a bunch of Western equipment and how much easier it is for them to use like Cold War era, like Russian or Ukrainian equipment, you know, like, or Cold War era Soviet equipment, I should say, because that's mostly what they would have learned to use when they were trained. But teaching them F-16s is harder and takes a while. I learned how to start a F-16 from an IG short and no one can tell me any difference. If I remember correctly, OSINT tracked the full journey of a BUK launcher that took down the Malaysian flight from Russia to Ukraine. Oh yeah, no, I know that he did that. Igor Girkin shot down that plane, or shot down that airplane. I'm aware. Okay, so just a specific point of examples so we can have a little bit of a baseline understanding here. The Soviet-era BUK surface-to-air missile system that shot down the Dutch airliner, a battery of those has a crew of about 300. It's about 2 years of school to be able to operate one of those at military academies in Moscow. We're talking about multi-million-dollar, very complex, sophisticated equipment that need to be maintained by the crew and operated by the crew. Okay. And when those batteries are using Russian radio procedures that are taught in Russian military, these aren't things people catch up on very quickly. I learned how to operate AA systems on Nebula. When we were training Ukrainians on the Patriot missile system, it required bringing Ukrainians into Western Europe and the US to go through schools for over a year. Okay. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, because they needed to be trained on like a whole bunch of stuff. Honestly, it's a good thing that California had that thing with the Ukrainians, Ukrainians teaching them how to fly planes and stuff. That's been helpful to them, I imagine. They claim that because they shot the wrong plane proves that those were untrained people. Wait, actually? Okay. I don't, that does not track for me. That seems very stupid. It sounds like they just shot down the wrong plane because somebody's dumb. I learned how to pilot a submarine on Curiosity Stream. Insomniac, I thought you were gonna say I learned how to fly a plane by playing that fucking Israeli the Israeli Air Force flight simulator that I can't remember the name of now. The one that you said you knew from like when you were a kid. um Blue Star, yeah, that. Blue Star, yes. I have 400 confirmed kills in Call of Duty and 2,000 deaths. Damn, that's a really bad kill death ratio. Ukraine ties show worth of National Guard program. Oh, hey, based. When Russia invaded Ukraine with more than 150,000 troops, February 24th, most people, especially Russian President Vladimir Putin, expected a Russian cakewalk. Men and women of the California National Guard knew better. The California National Guard has had a close working relationship with the Ukraine military and Ukraine National Guard since 1993. California Guardsmen have taught the Ukrainian military, trained with them, shared successes and failures with them, and just became good friends over the past 29 years. All this is helping now that the country is under attack. This came about as part of the National Guard State Partnership Program. Okay, this is cool. Yeah, you told me about this before, Evic. This is where like the Ukrainians learned a bunch of stuff about how to use like American equipment and stuff. I played a lot of Goat Simulator. Bah. It's actually some really cool reporting there. The California-Ukrainian partnership had a huge impact on Ukraine's ability to deny Russia air supremacy. Put an article in Stream Successes. I will read this article. I don't know if I'm going to read it on stream. I don't really like reading articles on stream, but I am going to read this article. So, you know how we could flood the country with javelins early on, and pretty much any Ukrainian knew how to use them. That had a lot to do with this partnership. That's pretty great. Yeah. Well, yeah, like Wasserman, they did. Yeah, they shoot missiles. Yeah, of course they shoot missiles from Russia. That's the problem. Is the fact that Biden would not let Ukraine hit targets inside of Russia. By the way, to Epic or Tear Gas, Wasserman is Ukraine, is in Ukraine. Oh, she's asking you what supremacy? No, Epic's not saying that there is air supremacy in Ukraine, Wasserman. He's saying that Russia doesn't have it, and part of the reason why is because of this program. He's not saying that Ukraine has it, but it's telling that Russia can't even get air superiority. Like that's how bad they are sucking. They are unable to get air superiority. But that doesn't mean that they can't like shoot shit at Ukraine. Neither side has been able to generate air superiority during this conflict. Yeah, that neither side has managed to get it. And I think that has a lot to do with the fact that Ukraine has been able to fight back, but they haven't been able to get it themselves. Probably because they just don't have enough equipment. But yeah. Although, Fasterman, I think that what you're talking about is different than what Epic's talking about, probably. They don't fly in our space for a long time before you gave planes. Wait, hold on. Epic, if Ukraine had air superiority over Ukraine, or there was a no-fly zone over Ukraine, would this stop Russia from being able to fire missiles into Ukraine in order to hit like Ukrainian cities and stuff? Or would that still be something that would continue? But those missiles would probably just have a greater chance of getting shot down. Okay. All right, then yeah. So I mean, yeah, okay, there you go. Like Wasserman, he's not saying that they can that like that Ukraine has air superiority. They don't. And that's part of the reason why Russia is still able to shoot so much shit into Ukrainian airspace and attack them. They shoot rockets from Murmansk. Look at them. Yeah, yeah, we know. We know that. He knows that too. It's okay. We all know. It sucks. The problem is, believe me, Wasserman, Epic wants America to do way more than they are doing, and he thinks that they are cowards for not. Like, it sucks that like America will not let Russia shoot at or not let Ukraine shoot at targets inside of Russia. It sucks that the Epic, before you arrived, we got the we got the like we talked about the Rusty Dagger thing earlier, Epic. And it sucks that the US is probably going to tell Russia or tell Ukraine, no, you can't shoot these inside of Russia, except maybe you know, if you ask us for permission and we're really nice and we'll let you. Yeah. It's okay, Wasserman. I get it. Because right now you are freezing. And yeah. America and Europe really should have helped you, like has not helped you guys enough. We understand. Speaking of freezing, it's really fucking cold here apparently. Although it's probably not as cold as it is for you guys. What's the temperature for you guys right now? Except additional. Wait, really? I'm surprised. I thought that it was -7. Is it nighttime for you guys right now? What's the... On Tuesday, we'll return to -20 at night. Of course, you're chilling with windows open, Vaniloven. Because you're in Israel, you motherfucker. Where it's fucking hot all the time. And now you're just here to rub it in the faces of us people who hate winter. Oh, you're in Croatia? Magna Pina? Interesting. In Zagreb, Croatia. 5 degrees Celsius. Jeez. I'm actually surprised it's not colder there. Stop doxing me, sorry. Yeah, the ERAM. Yeah, I saw the big message that you wrote. Thanks for that info. In Montana, it's not that bad either. Of course it's not. You fucking Americans. Around 55. I don't know what that means. It's not even 5. Yeah, but it's above 0 is the point that I'm making. 62 here in Tel Aviv. That's like fucking hot, isn't it? Fuck, I can't remember. $17 in commies. Oh, 17 degrees Celsius. Yeah. That's like a nice temperature. I like that temperature. That's a cool temperature. Congratulations. In Romania, it's 1C right now. Fairly warm for this time period near the mountains. 55 Fahrenheit here. You're Canadian. You should know this. Yeah, I can't remember. I'm sorry. As far as its advertised ERAM is supposed to fit inside the F-35 too, based. Wait, will it fit inside? What about other planes, Epic, that Ukraine currently has? Will the Rusty Dagger fit inside those? Or although I guess they probably I'm assuming that they're going to get other launching platforms. It doesn't necessarily need to be launched from an airplane. In Abrahamic beliefs, when the land in Arabia turns green, that's one of the first signs of the end times. Damn nice. It's 120 degrees in my heart. Based, Insomniac. Absolutely based. Okay. The fuck? Sorry. Google's being weird. I think I might end soon actually because it's like 2:30. I need to find other things to cover to keep the people here. I don't know what yeah. You need to schedule the Lactoid debate. Yeah, I know I do. But I feel like I need to learn more shit first. But yeah, I think I will, because then I'll have a scheduled thing. Does turning green with petrodollars count? True. Okay, Epic, would you like me to Epic, do you understand like what Wasserman's frustration is with you? Or like Wasserman, do you understand what Epic's frustration is with you? I feel like you guys are just talking past each other. I mean, I think that she's just upset because that she hears the term air superiority and then she thinks of Ukrainian cities and how they keep getting bombed. And yeah. But okay, it's I don't know. Guys, just whatever, just don't engage with each other. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna try to police everybody. But I mean, like, I guess, like, on the bright side, Wasserman, Ukraine will hopefully be getting some shiny new missiles soon that they'll be able to use to hit Russian targets, and hopefully they'll stop. It'll help. It might actually like turn the war around in your favor or make a huge difference. Hopefully, it'll stop the bombing. You know, as long as the United States isn't dumb and they actually let Ukraine hit more targets inside of Russia. Which I don't know what'll happen there. Also, apparently there's supposed to be there is potentially a new round of sanctions on Russia coming up, Probably that'll happen the next time. Next time Putin makes Trump really mad by not negotiating. Oh, you don't think it'll stop? Oh, okay. Oh, you don't think it'll stop any bombing, Epic? Okay. I thought maybe if they were able that it might be able to slow it down or something. Why can't we all get along? I agree, Dante. Wouldn't that be nice? I especially wonder this about the Israelis and the Palestinians. Did you see that Trump has a framed picture of Putin in the White House? Yes, Prita, I did see that. It's fucking disgusting and stupid. Because it's the internet, Dante, also Jews. True! But yes, we are all on the same side here, personality differences aside. That you are right, we are. We listen, guys, no matter what you say, or no matter how annoyed you are at each other, just remember that at the end of the day, we can all still hate Russia together. And that's really the most important part. Kalinda has a dream. Yes, my dream is that we all hate Russia together. That everyone hates Russia. And that people start hating Russia more because people don't hate Russia enough. Fuck Russia. Epic, what plane did you fly? Only P really wants to know. They really, really, really want to know. Or was it the F-16E? Or the F-15E, was it? Did you fly that for NATO too? Or like in NATO mission stuff? F-16EX? No. No, it was the F-16E, I think. I've looked it up before. It's a very sexy plane. No. It's the F-15E. I'm so sorry. Jesus, there's so much. It's this guy, the Strike Eagle. Look at this. Look at this beautiful, beautiful aircraft. This plane is hella cool. Yeah, you flew the Strike. Is that okay? I mean, I get that's this. Is this the plane that you have flown? Like your plane? It's pretty fucking based. We did 2 deployments for the NATO EHP. Bow chicka wow wow. Yeah, it's a cool plane. Apparently, it's done a. I'm sure you guys remember when like SDA was on here and he was also talking about how fucking awesome this airplane was too, and then also some the other ones. I think he mentioned the Aardvark. And then we basically just did military porn where we talked about how cool airplanes were for like 20 minutes. But no one gets that excited over my machine gun. I mean, if you have a cool gun, you know what? Should I make a gun channel in my Discord? I feel like I should. I feel like I should make either a gun channel or a defense nerds channel or something. Swedish planes look cool, not gonna lie. Oh, geez. Please, guys, let's all just get along. I prefer puffins to Warcrafts. Of course you do, Insomniac. Of course you do. I mean, honestly, me too, because puffins are beautiful, beautiful creatures. This is why NATO is falling apart. Play puffins clip. I will. They can both fly and dive. True. Hold on. Okay. Have we all reached but have you all seen the new missile the IRGC just revealed? There's no way that that's going to be. Wait, did they actually? Did they reveal their new missile in like a weird way that showed somebody like fucking stroking it? What? Okay, Epic. Let's not. Guys, stop. Stop arguing with each other. Stop. I mean, it sounds like they're both upset with one another, but I think that yeah, I know the stroking one was the last war, but it was just funny. Like that was so stupid. IRGC has some good memes, to be honest. I mean, of course they do. I feel like, with the exception of the United States military, just because I feel like U.S. Army ads and Army propaganda is really good, but like it feels like, with the exception of the United States military, there's this rule that Loner was applying, but maybe it's not true. I don't know. But he always says like the better the propaganda, the worse the military. At least that seems to apply in the Middle East for some reason, because the IRGC's propaganda memes are really good. But okay, Vasserman, you might actually want to just block Epic, and Epic, you might just want to block Vasserman instead of so that you guys don't engage with each other. There is a block function on YouTube that you can do. IDF doesn't need good ads because it's mandatory conscription. Yeah, I know. But it's not just about that. It also just seems to be in general propaganda. Like how fucking cool they look to literally everybody. You know what I mean? What if they just want to be debate bros? I thought this was a free channel. It is, but you know, I think I said all I need to say to them. If they ever decide to start treating me, okay, all right, whatever. I mean, I guess, but like obviously, like all right. I mean, Vasterman, Epic's gonna stop, or Tear Gas is gonna stop engaging with you now. So yeah. Hello, Maruzzi. We were talking about puffins. Anyway, no, Vasterman. All right, guys, stop talking to each other. Please stop. Don't make me like put you both in like a timeout or something. Just stop. No, Vanilloven, not how delicious they are. That's terrible. Why would you say that? Puffins are cute and adorable, okay? And I will never, and also even on the VPN, I can't fucking access the Kremlin website. So thank you, Short Stat Goblin, if you're still here, for saving it for me. Yes, hi Maruzzi. I had like way more be like Trump and declare they have a ceasefire. I declare a ceasefire between Epic and Wasserman that I have just negotiated right now. I don't care if it was against both of their wills. You guys are now in a ceasefire. Because I said so. As the president of this chat. No new wars, exactly. No new wars. Okay. Wait, so hold on a sec, Addy. Did Iran release a cool new video for their new warhead? Because otherwise there's no point. I want to see the Iranian propaganda. They did. Of course they did. Presidency. I thought, oh, you're right. This is a dictator. Hey, listen, presidents can be dictators. And I am the dictator. Okay? Or I guess the empress. Because my server has like a Roman Empire theme. Okay. You'll see if, okay, thank you. Also there was something else. What else is going on? You know what? I'm gonna check Lonerbox's stream suggestions and see if there's anything fun in there. I'd really like to watch some videos. Oh yeah, this was a thing on the subject of Ukraine, Russia. I think I might have mentioned this before. Musk's Starlink blocks Russian troops' internet access at Ukraine's request. Yeah, so basically Russia can't use that Starlink shit. I really want someone to react to Andrew Wilson on Joe, but why? Hutch reacted to that. It seemed like it was just really boring. But I mean, Hutch watched that Maruzzi while he was playing Arc Raiders. I don't think there was much in there to react to. The Chinese might be testing nuclear weapons again. Oof. Wait, might they? Oh, I think Pisco tried watching some Hassan vids. I mean, I suppose that's something that I could watch. Please everyone but Pisco. Please everyone but Pisco. Personally, I like the Eastern Roman Empire, Byzantium more. Yeah, but they were Christian, so blah. Pisco is such a funny person sometimes, but in the bad way. Yeah, I know. I know. I'm aware. Hutch just endorsed voter ID on his stream. Your thoughts? I don't think voter ID is bad. I don't think I ever thought that it was bad. Or okay, I'm sorry. Let me change. Let me rephrase that. Here's the thing, Dylan Thomas. Here's what this is my opinion on voter ID. Okay, I think the idea of having to present an ID when you go to vote is based. As long as you fucking as long as that ID is provided to you for free by whatever state you live. There you go. If you're doing voter ID, then I think the state should have to give it to you for free by mail. Maybe when you do your taxes or something, if you fill out state taxes. Or like it should just be a thing that you should be able to like, I don't know, go online and register for. Like, yeah, it should be a simple and easy thing that they fucking mail to you. If you like when you go to register to vote, this ID should be sent to you. That should be how it works. Okay. And yes, election day should be made a federal holiday. True. Voter ID is fine if everyone is provided one for free, quickly, and without hassle. Yeah, basically, that's it. But that's not the reason why all these fucking conservatives want voter ID. They want it so that they can make it harder for people to vote. That's the real reason why they want to do it. It's not because that they care about election integrity or whatever the fuck. That's just an excuse. Correct opinion, in my view, this has to be necessary, though, for it to not be disenfranchisement. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's my compromise. You want voter ID, then you have to agree to make it be a fucking free ID that everybody who is a US citizen can get. And that, like, you can just get it when you go to register to vote or whatever. That it is mailed to you. Or when you do your taxes, or like there should be like some other thing that you can do it when it is tied to that. Something that like only citizens can do. You know? Yep, it can be so hard to get a non-driver ID. Like I am working on getting one, and it's not cheap or easy. Yeah, or I mean, like, or I was gonna say, or you could take driver's licenses. But I understand that obviously they want to make sure that if you're that like non-citizens can get driver's licenses. So yeah, it just needs to be something that as long as the government provides it for you for free and without hassle, then yeah, voter ID is fine. No one should require mandatory voting. No, you should require mandatory voting for all citizens. Australia has it. Honestly, only if I don't necessarily think that's a bad idea. That might actually not be a bad idea. If voter ID stopped emotional denial, I would support it 100%. Or stopped election denial, I would support it. Or just do mail-in voting like a civilized state. True. That's also something you could do. I think we should even say it has to be automatically sent by the government for free. No requirement for effort on the voter's part. I mean, like, yeah, like, listen, the way it works here in Canada, obviously it's different than you guys, because in like here, the states do not, or like our provinces don't run the federal election. The federal government does. But like here, when I do my taxes, there's a box that I can check that's basically like, would you like to forward your information to Elections Canada so they can mail you a voter ID card? And I always click that box every year when I do my taxes in April, you know? And so like, yeah, that's all you got to do. Like if they can do something like that, or some other similar thing, then yeah, like just because that doesn't take any effort, and doing your taxes is something that every citizen needs to do. But obviously, not all states have taxes. You pay your taxes. What a bootlicker. Yeah, I do. Oh, hello, Spider. We get a whole 21 days to vote in California. Your ballot comes in the mail with a voting information packet 21 days early, and you can mail it back filled out any day until midnight on election day. Absolutely based. Chinese Starlink, quote unquote. Wild new sentence just dropped. Wait. You do not need to file at all if your income is below a threshold. I'm not paying. I'm better than Hassan base. Okay, well then, yeah, I don't know. It doesn't have to be taxes. It just needs to be something. Or like it doesn't even necessarily, like there doesn't need to be a requirement for the voter, is what I mean is that there must be, maybe there's something that you could tie it to that that like a citizen would normally do anyway. I don't know. Little bro, he's not beating the game. Spider, I blame you for Loner not beating Silk Song. He will beat the game. No, Cope and Seethe, the ballots are counted by the certification deadline. If the union has an issue with that, change the deadline. Spider, what is this Chinese Starlink shit that you're talking about? China takes big step towards developing Starlink killer. What the fuck? Forget Starlink, the Chinese satellite internet tech is... There is no Chinese Starlink. Starlink killer weapon with compact high power microwave. Oh, okay. So this isn't actually a Chinese Starlink. This is like China doing weird shit to kill Starlink, I guess. Did the US cut off all Russia trade, or I mean, yes, are they not all Russia trade, but yes, the US has imposed a shitload of sanctions on Russia. Was it just major US companies? I don't know, Spider. It's just normal space domain warfare stuff. We have a Space Force too. Oh, okay, so
A new and dangerous frontier may be opening far above the Ukraine battlefield.
so what you're saying is that this is just bullshit in the sense that this is just the news hyping up stuff that's not true.
Western intelligence agencies now suspect Russia is developing a weapon designed to cripple Starlink satellites, the space-based network that has become vital to Ukraine's war effort. According to intelligence assessments from 2 NATO nations, Moscow may be working on a so-called zone effect anti-satellite weapon. Its purpose would be simple and devastating. Flood low Earth orbit with hundreds of thousands of tiny, high-density pellets. Not missiles, not lasers, but spaceborne shrapnel. The goal: overwhelm Starlink's orbital paths and disable multiple satellites at once. Starlink, operated by Elon Musk's SpaceX, has played a critical role in Ukraine, powering battlefield communications and enabling control of large drone fleets. Russia has repeatedly warned that satellites supporting Ukraine's military are legitimate targets. This weapon, intelligence officials say, would not strike with precision. Instead, it would create a dangerous cloud of debris capable of damaging anything in its path.
What? Just pollute the fuck out of space so satellites don't work? That does not sound safe at all. Holy fuck. Can't even repair their sole aircraft carrier, but now they'll shoot down satellite. Oh yeah, I know. Like I don't know. I don't have a great deal of faith that Russia is going to be able to do any of this kind of shit. China potentially could, but I don't think Russia's going to. Russia just does not seem to have it in them. Oh yeah, the space litter shit. Are there like doesn't Starlink satellites take up like a shitload of space already in orbit? I don't know if that's true or not.
Analysts warn the consequences could spiral far beyond Starlink. Such a system could trigger uncontrollable chaos in space, threatening satellites used for communications, defense, navigation, and commerce, including Russia's own systems and those of its ally, China. The pellets involved would reportedly be just millimeters wide, making them extremely difficult to detect.
Wait, Russia is literally a superpower in space? Wait, are they, or are you just joking? Are you like kidding about how you people have so many confident intuitions based on nothing on this is why I can't. Well, wait, okay, sorry, I don't. Doesn't Russia run the ISS? Well, I mean, yeah, I don't know. That was what I was saying, is that like I was not particularly confident. Listen, Epic, you have to like you have to educate us, okay? Or like you have to educate me because I don't know any of this shit. And I'm willing to learn. But okay, fine. So yeah, Russia is better at space shit. Than like a lot of other shit that I guess that they try to do. Although you did mention before that like Russia's Soviet Navy is like fucking garbage. No, I'm not being mean to you. I'm just saying in general, it's difficult because it can be sometimes shocking how many confident people how confident people are about these baseline assumptions that are based on nothing. Russia currently has the ability to launch more vehicles to orbit per year than any other country besides the United States. And currently, American astronauts need to ride on Russian rockets to get back and forth from the space station more often than not. It's interesting that stuff is still happening. A lot of the stuff Russia has in space and inherited from the Soviet Union, that's not really relevant, though they have it. Oh yeah, obviously, because the Soviets were the first people to put a man in space. Russia has more infrastructure in space than China right now. A lot of that infrastructure is weaponized. So you're saying that they could actually do what this video is talking about to try to take down Starlink satellites. This is something that they are more than capable of doing in comparison to, say, China or like maybe any other country besides America. Yeah, I know the Soviets did a lot of space shit. Did they ever finish repairing their collapsed Cosmodrome? Good question. China are quite new at the game, but they do have their own space station now. I remember watching a video about their probes to Venus. Interesting, not gonna lie. Yeah, you know what? Good job, Russia, I guess. I can't believe I'm saying that. Don't forget, everybody, we still can all hate Russia together.
Detect or track. That raises fears of a weapon that is not only destructive, but also largely invisible.
All right, yeah. USA, China, Israel, Japan, Russia, France, United Kingdom, India can do what this video is talking about and have been able to since the 1970s when space emerged as a war-fighting domain, although India as a spacefaring power is a more recent development from the late 2000s. That list of countries are countries that can fight kinetic warfighting in space. Okay, well, warfighting in the space domain has been a concept that has been exercised in the real world for longer than I've been alive. Yeah, I know that it's been around for a while. I understand, yeah, like that the concept is, you know, I thought space warfare was completely off limits. Russia is literally putting nuclear weapons in space this year. Oof. Okay. A lot of these ideas are just being talked about for the first time in the media because we're entering a new era of global competition. Ah, I see. Oh. What the fuck? Oh. Oh, wait. Wait, is it what is happening? It didn't. This is the missile the IRGC showed off today. Why isn't it taking me to the page? It just takes me here. Oh, okay. If Iranians attack, we'll see here a prisoner on stair. Oh yeah, this translation. Is this the story? I kind of doubt it. Wait, what the fuck is this? I don't know why the link isn't working for you. It's probably because that I'm not in your country. Oh, wait, hold on. Just a second. We can fix this. One moment. It needs to understand that I'm in Israel. Yes, with the power of the VPN. It is because of ad block. Oh yeah, I'll turn off the ad blocker too. For this website. I hope Channel 12 doesn't have a bunch of weird ads. Okay. Is this the right place, Addie? Like, is this the article? Wait. Oh, hold on. Okay, so it's this top one here with Bibi and the Ayatollah. This guy. Is this where I'll find the video? Oh. Oh, so it's this? Oh. Israel. No, on the side, it was there before. This is what always opens. Hold on, let me refresh the page again. Translating the page might help. But I've got like a... Oh, it's this. Here it is. This is it, right? I just want to say, they fucking stole the Interstellar music at the beginning, I think.
شمارش معکوس 10 9 8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1
Oh, thank God they made it pointy. True. Are they just replaying the same launch from like 50 gazillion different angles? There's no way that they have like a whole fuckload of these. I see the Iranians are very pleased with themselves for catching up to ballistic missile technology that the US and the Soviet Union was filling in the 1960s. Flat earthers launching a pencil into the firmament to stick it up there. Wow, yeah, I know. They must be very happy with themselves. Also, reminder that this is what the government chose to spend money on instead of fixing their fucking economy or making their economy better or dealing with their water problem. This is what the Iranian government thought was important. Wow. Epic rocket music, true. That's so funny. Also, Insomniac, what's so funny about this headline? The translation for it was very silly. It can't possibly be what it was translated to. The government prefers Arabs over Iranians. Yeah, clearly. It seems like that's the case. Also, hello! Hello, sir. Hello. Oh, Russia loves using Hans Zimmer music. Of course they do. Aw. Oh, you hear purrs? Excellent. I am glad. Sumi has been insanely snuggly recently. Oh, that's nice. Be sure to post any pics of snuggly cats or dogs in the Discord or any other animals that you may have. If Iranians attack, we will see Nation of Lion on steroids. Oh my god, that's so good. Like curled up under my arm, head and paw across my chest in bed. That's nice. It's kind of funny in Hebrew. I don't know. I mean, I think that that's funny. I think that that is a funny headline. I don't know why that. Yeah, that's very entertaining. Aw, baby. Hello. Mm. You are so cute. Aw. He's purring so loud. Cavi like, pay attention to me, human. True. Well, actually, what he actually wants right now is FOOD, because he's very hungry. But I think he also likes the attention because he is purring. And he's being really chill. He is a very soft boy. You should feed Stuart and play Puffin clips on stream. Yeah, I should. That's what Hassan would do. True. I can't with his paws. Yeah, his paws are huge. He has quite big paws. I need to clip his nails again. Cats love, no matter what Maruzi says. True. Yeah, he has little socks. Yes, he does have a sweet face. Thank you. He thanks you. You hear that, Stuart? The people love you. And I love you, buddy. Now he's just chilling. Yeah, he's a big boy. I was gonna say last night to Destiny that he's not like, you know, that he's not fat, but I mean he's just a really big cat. You should add emojis based on him. Yeah, you're right. I need to do that. That is definitely a thing that I want to do. What does Stu think about hot tubs? Stuart categorically rejects anything related to water and he hates it. He hates all water. Also, that propaganda video from Iran was nowhere near as impressive as some of the other shit that they have made, but it was very funny. It's healthy for older cats to be a little chunky. You're mostly water and he loves you. That's true. You're right. He does love me. Okay, that's the first wrong take from Stu. Listen, I think hot tubs are based, okay? He is plump, lol, but he's perfect. I mean, yeah, I think that he could probably stand to lose a couple pounds, but yeah, he's not like, regardless, even when like he didn't have this weight, he was still a really big cat. Like he's just a large cat. Especially when I compare him to SDA's cats. Like SDA has a cat named Lucy, and when I held her in my hands, I was surprised how small she was in comparison to Stuart because I was so used to holding him. Yeah, he does. He has a large frame. Ban SDA. Not large, big boned. True. Okay, there you go, buddy. Yumi is small and fat. She's pear-shaped. I will say World War II marching music is nice to listen to. I agree. Honestly, you know what else I think is cool? And I hope I don't get copyrighted for playing this. Actually, maybe I'll play the I do need to feed him, so I'm gonna listen to what you guys said. I just need to find something that's not it's not gonna get me copyright struck. Fuck it. No Soviet music, please. Oh, I wasn't gonna play Soviet music. There's that German song, Erica. No, I was gonna play something else. Hold on, now I gotta find it. Oh geez, it thinks I'm on Israel, fucking because I'm still connected to the fucking VPN. Hold on. Okay, now we're off the VPN. Okay. What is the name of that? What's this song? Union Dixie, that's it. This is about the Civil War. Oh, shit. What the fuck am I even doing? You guys can't even. There we go. Union Dixie is terrible, but Confederate Dixie is still way better. Wait, there's a Confederate version? What the fuck? I'm not gonna. Okay.
Puffins have to be one of the most photogenic birds in the UK. With their comical and clown-like appearance, they're beloved by many photographers. Hotspots include Shetland, the Farne Islands and Bempton Cliffs, but only one place in the UK currently offers a rather unique experience, snorkeling with puffins, and it was an opportunity I couldn't pass up on. I headed to Pembrokeshire to stay with artist and mate David Miller, a fellow fish botherer. We headed out in the morning to get to the seaside village of Dale, where we met with Celtic Deep.
Alright guys, enjoy this palate cleanser. I'm gonna go and feed this cat. I'll be right back.
Headed up by Richard Rees, they're a wildlife tourism company specialising in seeing the wildlife of the Welsh coast, with trips for blue sharks, seals and today's quarry, puffins. The way to get these shots is rather novel, in which you take a fake puffin with you, but more on that later. With a small group of us, we loaded the boat up and headed out to sea, with the sheltered harbour being a breeze until we hit more open seas. Things started to get a little bit more interesting. After a bit of a rocky ride, we got to our destination, which was the sheltered shores of Skomer. David came a bit more prepared than the rest of us, wearing a camo wetsuit and fancy headgear. The idea is to use a modified duck decoy as a fake puffin. This gets the normally wary puffins intrigued, and they come over to investigate, allowing you to get some really special and close encounters. Hopping into the water, it's best to head straight to the rocks, using them as cover and letting the birds approach you in their own time. It's tempting to go out and chase them, but this can stress them out, and it's best to let them come to you for better encounters. I set up and waited for the puffins to come in, and quickly I was joined by a bird, but not the one I was after. It was a guillemot. Often overlooked for its brighter cousin, these are beautiful birds in their own right. They dived down to have a closer look and tried to suss out what I was, which was an amazing experience. Waiting is crucial, as you need to be almost just below the water and only have the snorkel showing. If your head is too far out the water, the puffins won't come close, so my advice is try maybe getting the right amount of weight before coming out, so then you're ready to go as soon as you get in the water. I added some ankle weights, which really helped, and shortly the puffins started to come in. They're nervous at first, so it's best to move slowly and take your time when taking photos. Sometimes they dive down like the guillemots to get a closer look, swimming all around me. They're really graceful when using their wings to swim. At points, they'd get so close they were hitting my mask, which was an incredible experience. The puffins are around for the huge shoals of fish, which in turn the puffins poo out into the water, creating an algal soup, which feeds the fish, creating a sort of symbiosis between them all in the summer. Seeing the puffins' legs go by like clockwork toys was amazing, and spending time with these iconic birds underwater was a real privilege, and something I'd recommend to anyone wanting to see them up close and from a completely different point of view. If you'd like to book on with Celtic Deep, there's a link in the description, and I highly recommend them. Thanks for watching. You can check out some other videos in the links here. Also check out my website and social media, as well as the podcast that I host, the Bearded Tits Podcast. Cheers.
Bearded Tits. That's so cool. It would actually be super amazing to check that out. Okay. Fuck. All right. What else do I want to do today? You need to start training cats on gun safety. What the fuck are you guys talking about? Okay, yeah, obviously we are, yeah, Russia block. Yeah, I mean, like, what else is in the news, really? Um, oh yeah, Chase also sent this. We'll watch this too. Um, oh yeah, and you. Oh, The Dictator 2012. I need to watch. Listen, I'm not going to watch any movie clips from The Dictator because I have not seen The Dictator, and I want to watch it because I saw a movie clip where I think it was like from the beginning of the movie where he was giving a speech and he was like laughing as he was saying, and we certainly will not be testing it on Israel, you know, like, and then he started laughing because that's obviously what he wanted to do. Yeah, I need to watch that movie. Wait, what did Chase post something? Oh no, Chase posted this. I don't know if Chase is even still here. Oh my god. This clip is relevant to Iran missile talk. So cute. Yeah, I haven't seen the I want to watch the movie. That's something else that's definitely something I'm going to download so that I can watch it. Or I'm sorry, that's definitely something that I'm going to get totally legally and absolutely not by sailing the high seas. We don't do piracy here. Play it and walk away. Ugh. Aww. That is a large dog-sized cat. Playing just like a regular cat. Because they basically are just regular cats. This is 2 minutes and 22 seconds. Very possible this is gonna nuke my stream, but okay.
This is the Beard of Doom rocket? This is my weapon? I will be a laughingstock! All my friends have got nuclear weapons, even Ahmadinejad, and he looks like a snitch on Miami Vice. Where is the head of my nuclear program and procurer of women? Where is nuclear Nadal?
You had Nadal executed, Supreme Leader.
Why did I do that?
Supreme Leader.
Ah, Nadal.
We are just months away from refining weapons-grade uranium, and we are set to test the missile next week.
It is too round on the top. It needs to be pointy. Round is not scary. Pointy is scary. This will put a smile on the faces of the enemy. They will think that it is a huge robot's dildo flying towards them.
No, Supreme Leader, the shape of the missile top has nothing to do with aerodynamics. It is about the payload delivery.
No, it sticks in the ground and then kaboom.
Supreme Leader. I think perhaps some of your information about bombs is coming from cartoons.
Nonsense. I have been watching research films.
In this film, just one question, was there a duck who, when the explosion happens, his bill goes around the back of his head, and then in order to talk, he has to put it back this way?
There was somebody who suffered a deformity like that, yeah.
Okay. I am now 100% sure that you are watching cartoons.
Indulge me. For 1 second, pretend.
Wait, is this not the right clip? It is? Okay.
That I'm an idiot.
Okay, I'm there.
Okay. You know what? Let's just agree to disagree, my friend.
Okay.
What? Why? No!
Don't you remember?
Of course I remember. How dare you question my memory? I remember everything.
Oh, no, I would never do that. Never. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean that.
Don't worry. It's fine. Well done, my friend.
Thank you. Wait, where are we going?
You are welcome. As a dictator, this offended me. I will, yeah, I'm definitely gonna, I do want to watch that movie. Damn, there's so much stuff from the Kiev Independent that looks super interesting. That I'll probably just watch off stream because I don't want to. Yeah. So the Russian-backed forces broke Minsk One. Was Minsk One? Was that Minsk? Jesus, why do I feel like it is? I'm saying it wrong in my head. It just sounds different. There was some blackpilling ice origin video going around. Not sure what you're in the mood for. Honestly, I might end soon because it is 3:30. And I'm starting to lose steam. I think I'm probably Minsk. Minsk. There you go. Jesus, what the fuck? Why was I saying it wrong? It's Minsk. Yeah, the Minsk ceasefire agreement, and then like it. So I mean, at least according to this, it looks like Russia broke that ceasefire with their assault on the Donetsk airport. Both sides fortified their position by building networks of trenches, bunkers, and tunnels, resulting in static trench warfare. Donbass remained a war zone with dozens killed. By the end of 2017, OSCE observers had counted around 30,000 people in military gear crossing from Russia at the two border checkpoints it was allowed to monitor, and documented military convoys from Russia covertly. Yeah, all right. So yeah, like as we've established now, like this claim that Russia was sending military guys but did not originate in 2022. Union Dixie was the Union parody by Dixie, which was the Confederate Union parody of Dixie, which was the Confederate anthem. Lincoln loved Union Dixie and had it played at the White House multiple times. Based static warfare. Surprise, Wikipedia is dropping actual military terms. Correctly, rare W. Wait, is there actually a both sides? Oh, resulting in static trench warfare. Oh, okay. So static warfare was not a, yeah. I mean, that just means, yeah, static warfare is the technical term. Positional or trench warfare. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I don't know, static warfare feels like a fairly obvious term to me, but maybe I'm wrong. I thought static warfare was just like fucking, the lines ain't moving. No one's really advancing particularly quick. They're kind of like frozen. It's like like what World War One ultimately became. But yeah, okay, so all sides agreed to a roadmap for ending the war in October 2019, but it remained unresolved. You know what the funniest part about that? Oh, D&D calls. Thanks for the puffins. Have fun playing D&D, Insomniac. See you later, sir. I feel like the most crazy part about this is just like it is the most obvious one. Yeah, lots of others are misleading, like air supremacy from earlier. Drives a lot of confusion in what people are saying, the way those words are used. Get your 5e loving ass out of here, heretic. Wow, Phineas. Jesus. 5e is fine. Although I've also played 3.5. I haven't played that one for years though. In regards to the technical application being distinct from the colloquial understanding. FYI, the correct way to describe a group of vatniks is a commie block of vatniks based. Thanks for that info. Russia in World War I was dog shit, not gonna lie. Turns out not having adequate food or weapons does that to you, not to mention their tactics. There's plenty of room for 5e players in hell. I'm gonna head out too. I need to take a walk without my phone. All right, bye, Fellrunner. Have a good one. Are you guys Pathfinder nerds? I played Pathfinder once. Actually, no, that's not true. I played Pathfinder a bunch of times, actually. Pathfinder's pretty good. So, I mean, yeah, I don't know where the fuck this notion, yeah, that Russian troops. You know what the other really funny part about this too, as well as it's like a dead giveaway, is like I'm actually curious who was at the negotiating table in order to get the two sides to stop. Who signed the agreement? Who were the negotiators? Was it Russia and Ukraine? It's protocol. It was me. Thanks, Vanilovan. Mediators. Okay, so that's France. Yeah. And the OSCE. Germany supported breakouts of Ukraine and Ireland respectfully during World War I to disrupt enemies. You did it. Yes, thank you. Okay, Leonid Kuchma, and then we've got Russia, and then we've got these guys from the Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republic. It's very funny that like, yeah, okay, so Russia was basically there, like what, in support of these guys? I don't know. It just says so much. Like you'll notice, for example, that the United States was not there on behalf of Ukraine. Germany also sent Lenin to disrupt Russia. Wait, did they really? Germany like basically sent Lenin back to Russia? Former president of Ukraine, Ukrainian representatives, Russian ambassador to Ukraine, and Russian representative. So it was these two guys that signed. Envoys of the so-called DPR and LPR also signed the protocol without their self-declared functions mentioned. Yeah, it's okay. Alexander Zakharchenko, a pro-Russian separatist leader who was the Russia-installed head of the state and prime minister of the Donetsk People's Republic, self-proclaimed state, and Russian-backed military group, which declared independence from Ukraine on May 11th, 2014. So Russia installed this guy because, of course, I guess did they just not have elections in the fucking DPR? Zakharchenko was killed in August 2018 when a bomb exploded in a cafe that he frequently visited in Donetsk. Okay. Well, I mean, at least this guy's actually Ukrainian, even if he didn't. I don't know. And this guy's also Ukrainian. Because I think the leader of Crimea is a Russian dude. Zakharchenko was low IQ guy. LOL. I mean, yeah. Elections in DPR and LVR. CAC elections in DPR. He was just a random guy. Oh, was he just a guy that they picked? Do the DPR and LPR, do they even like exist anymore, or are those gone because Russia essentially just fucking annexed them? Oh, it just disputed Republic of Russia. Oh, I see. Okay. Capital in Luhansk, established on an illegally annexed part of Luhansk Oblast in eastern Ukraine. Yeah, Russian-backed paramilitaries took control of settlements in the province. This was yeah. Oh, the current head of the republic. Oh, hey. So now this guy's a Russian, isn't he? His dad worked in Soviet law enforcement. Yeah, okay, so it's or maybe not. Wait, hold on. Military allegiance, Ukraine 1993 to 2014. Luhansk People's Republic 2014. I'm confused. Was he born in Ukraine, or does it not matter because he was a Soviet citizen? I mean, I guess he's a Russian now. They probably gave him Russian citizenship. Passage, Passage. One of the heads was a guy who sold Santa Claus figures and was previously part of a neo-Nazi organization. They are all literally who dudes, Keck. Okay, so all of these guys are all literally who mega lols. They've been a place of beef of local gangs at the start, post 2014. Now they are part of RU, according to RU Constitution since 2022. Yeah, I mean, I know that. Also, geez, Russia just really like constantly. Does Russia just kind of amend its constitution like just whenever they feel like it? It feels like it's not something that is like a big deal to them. I guess like whenever Putin demands it, is that just yeah. Huh. How old is this dude? He's 55. Okay. Next military college. Okay, I mean whatever. I guess like he's like loyal to Russia. Even if he's Ukrainian, I don't fucking know. Okay. What about the other guy? Or what about the other one? Luhansk. That's this guy. Donetsk. Who is the current leader of this? Head. Pro-Russian politician. Okay, at least this guy. All right, this guy's Ukrainian. Elected to the head of the Donetsk People's Republic, 2018, and has held that position since then, including after the Russian annexation of the DPR in previously served as chairman of the People's Council and became the acting head. Okay. The Constitution in most countries is way easier to change than the US. We are kind of absurd in requiring 3/4 of the states to ratify an amendment in each state government. That makes amendments super rare in the US. As far as Russia, they need, as far as I know, in Russia, they need a majority in the Duma. Not sure, but that's my understanding. I mean, that's probably true. And it's probably very easy for Putin to get, like, basically once passed. Another random guy, read their early life. Okay. Was born in Donetsk. Was a son of a worker. Vladimir Pushilin. Graduated in 1998. School combining. Served in the National Guard of Ukraine. Special assignment battalion in Crimea. After leaving the military, he studied enterprise economics, Donbass National Academy of Civil Engineering and Architecture. Did not receive a degree. From 2002 to 2006, Pushilin worked for a trading firm. Wait, multi-level marketing involvement from 1989 to 1994, a Russian Ponzi scheme called MMM. He worked for like a fucking MLM called, cost its participants millions of dollars in prior to disbanding. Pushilin volunteered for this successor company from 2011 to 2013 and became a key leader. The new MMM openly admitted to being a pyramid scheme. Pushilin was not shy about promoting involvement with the company. Oh my god. What the fuck? Why the MLM hate? It's giving so many people the pretense of hope. Famous last MLM in Russia. Pyramid schemes were a thing after the Soviet Union collapsed. The Soviet Union had Ponzi schemes? Yes, apparently. Apparently they did. From like the 90s until from like 1989 until 1994. I'll have to read into that sometime. I wonder what Soviet corporate culture was like. Yeah, I know, right? You do wonder about that. In Russia, not the USSR. Well, wait, hold on. Was a Russian company that perpetrated one of the world's largest Ponzi schemes of all time in the 1990s. But this was from 1989 until early 1990s. So, I mean, like, this was started before, because the Soviet Union fell, what was it, in like 1990 or 1991? Or was it no, it wasn't in 89. Russian Federation. Are the Russian Republic inside the USSR? Maybe. Yeah, okay, it fell in 91. So, I mean, this started during the Soviet Union. That is actually funny. Now I also wonder, what was Soviet corporate culture like? I thought they didn't have that. Isn't that like disgusting capitalist pig dog shit? Isn't that like Russian Soviet Republic was part of the USSR? If that's because of confusion. Oh, 1991 and on, then Russian Federation. In 89, it was very murky. Oh, okay. So I guess like it was on its way out. Probably, yeah. 'Cause it was started in 1989. I guess like because like things were on their way out anyway. Oh wait, hold on. In December 1992, MMM Invest was created as a voucher investment fund, a type of entity created to collect privatization vouchers. It was renamed Rus Invest in May 1995 to distance it from the MMM scheme. What privatization vouchers? Voucher privatization is a privatization method where Russian citizens are given or can expensively buy a book of vouchers that represent potential shares in any state-owned company. Voucher privatization has mainly been used in the early to mid 1990s in the transition economies of Central and Eastern Europe, including Bulgaria, Slovenia, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. Okay. And I guess it was used in Russia too. Initially, so MMM was established in 1989 by Sergei Mavrodi. His brother, Vyacheslav Mavrodi, and Olga Melnikova. The name of the company was taken from the first letters of the three founders' surnames. Initially, Mavrodi operated a network of computer importing cooperatives. Okay. In January 1992, tax police accused MMM of tax evasion, leading to the collection of MMM's internal bank and causing the company to have difficulty obtaining financing to support its operations. Faced with difficulties in funding its foreign trade, the company switched to the financial sector. It offered American stocks to Russian investors, but met with little success. Oh my God. It started earlier. Gorbachev tried to liberalize economics that was struggling, and it led. Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, because the Gorbachev was trying to do some shit. I remember. This is funny though. So this guy was involved in like a new version of this. That's very, very, very amusing. This wasn't new to anyone. Part of the reason a lot of the ex-KGB guys like Putin had an advantage in 90s Russia was that they had some experience interfacing with Western capitalism. Well, yeah, I think a lot of them ended up becoming like oligarchs. I don't know. Corruption in the Soviet Union was really bad too. Glorious perestroika. True. There were fake cooperatives or something like that in the 80s. Different type of money scamming schemes existing in the USSR due to lack of law updates and fixes. As McCain said, Russia left the Soviet Union, but the KGB did not leave Russia. True. Mid to late 80s, I think also people were very naive and uneducated in terms of funds / papers / whatever. The oligarchs and the security establishment people were different groups. Oh, okay, fair. All right. Putin's ascendancy, Putin's secretary, marked the victory of the former security establishment types over the oligarchs in the 90s. All right, guys. I think that's good enough. But let's be real. Americans towards Russians were much more naive in the 1990s to 2000s. I mean, yeah, I think that's probably a fair thing to say. Because, you know, lots of not good stuff happened. Anyhow, thank you all for stopping by today's stream. I think I'll hold on a sec. It's been fun. Anyway, go say hello to that guy, and that guy doesn't exist, and I will see you guys later. Bye. I'll be back tomorrow, basically. See ya.